taken from this record essentially highlights this very problem with censorship. You Can't Bring Me Down, released in 1990. The song is not only seen as a statement of personal resilience and survival, but also thought to reference groups such as the PMRC, who basically tried to censor anything they simply don't agree with. ST, though, were always about making personal statements to inspire people to fight, not against any government, but just with daily struggles, and to be the best person you can be, and to always believe in yourself.
It's like there's a war that's going on, and all wars are not fought with guns and they're not fought with fists. There's a war, and each person has to deal with. And when we say give it revolution, it's not about politicians, because there's no law that can make you free. Someone can't pass a law and say that I'm free. That's not it. You have to be free inside yourself.
But of course,
welcome to the Fearless Floyd Show. I am Fearless Floyd. This is my 2025 year-end review. That was Mike Muir, lead singer of the group Suicidal Tendencies. And if you are into suicidal tendencies, you also know that they are also infectious grooves. And I've managed to catch them both live. What an awesome show. And you just heard Mike, and that's probably 40 years ago he was saying that. And I try to tell everybody, self-governance is a full-time job. But the majority of people subcontract that out. And in this show tonight, I'm going to walk through this. The reason I'm on at 6 p.m. is because I have so much information to present to you to connect the dots for you guys that I got a fresh cup of coffee, fresh beverage, and now I'm going to drink my strawberry acai matador energy drink, and that's not an endorsement. But I got a lot of information to go through. So cheers to let's have a glorious, unattainable 2026, because we need to strive to be above everybody else, to educate and enlighten them. All to our Creator's glory, to take us where we need to be. Whatever that looks like for you in your journey, because this is your own journey. If you're tagging along behind somebody else, you're a follower. You're not a leader. So be a leader in your own family, your own community, and, take charge. That's what I'm doing. I've been waiting for somebody else to do things, and I'm finally at the point where if I don't do it, it's not going to get done. So like it is, whenever you want something done, you want it done right. What do they say? You got to do it yourself. That's what I like about these. I got this big wide mouth. You can kill them. Also, before I move on, as I want to do, and nobody else that I know of in the entire social media platform will do this, where I swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. And this is a real Bible. It's for what we got, because this is what the edition they gave us. The rest has been sequestered, split apart. Hang on 1 second. Hey, I'm on a live. Can I call you back? It'll be either after midnight. I don't know how late I'm going to go. But if you want to watch, I'm on YouTube. Thank you, brother. Have a great night. Bye. See, I always answer my phone. And I do get a lot of spam, but yeah. So I don't know anybody who does that, because why? I'm searching for the truth, and that's all I want is the truth. I don't want bullshit. I don't want lies. I want facts, and I want to be able to go discern that those facts are actual foundational truths for me. So part of this journey that we're going to go on, and I'm just looking at the first topic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 tabs open. And I know I've got probably another 30 to 40 pages of PDFs to present just on this first topic. And I have many more topics that I plan to get into. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 at least. That's why I said it's, I started early. I'm going to go long. If you'd like to take a break here and go get you a beverage, a snack, or some other type of enjoyment, go ahead. It'll be a minute before I get to where we want to go. For those of you who participated in the 12 Days of Christmas sale and even the extension to New Year's Day, thank you very much for your participation. I've spoken to most of you on the phone, so it's been quite an enlightening experience speaking to other people. Now, as they say, the sincerest form of flattery is when somebody copies you. They emulate what you're doing. So I'm sincerely flattered. However, quite disappointed that a lot of individuals who have been on my show or were in mine and Ann LaFleur's trust classes have gone on and to create their own little fiefdoms, whatever that looks like, and try to sell things. And they've done that. And some of them have even stolen our copyrighted material, even though it said copyright Ann LaFleur, Floyd Pleasant Harvin IV, top to bottom, side to side. They published that, went and published it in the public sphere. So people don't have any integrity. People don't have any honor. People don't have any good faith. And there's 100 more, okay, quite the opposite of me out there who just like, hey, man, give me your money. What have I always told you? I don't care whether you get a trust from me or not. I don't care whether you buy a book from me or not. I don't care if you take a class from me or not. I really don't. Okay. It's not going to affect my life. Why? Because I have a life. I have a source of income. I make good money at doing what I do, enough to have what I have. So it's not like I need to come out here and hustle. I'm trying to educate as many people as I can about what's going on, because if you're over in these, some of them are cults, and don't think they're not. And I'm guilty of it, so don't think I'm not. And I'm going to show you my bona fides here tonight. I'm going to show you everything, okay? Why you should be listening to me. Why you should trust me and not the damn guru that you've been following and listening to. And I'm going to show you exactly how they talk about me. Yeah, how they belittle me in public, and, they think I'm just such a piece of shit and trash. But I guarantee you, you get me on the phone and you talk to me personally, one-to-one, and your aspect is totally different. Like, wow. Most people are amazed I even answer my phone. You just saw it live. How many others can you do that with? How many others are out here with their real, full, fucking true name and they put their shit on Front Street? Here, go look me up. Google me. I'm not a secret. I'm not a mystery. I'm not an avatar. I'm Floyd Pleasant Harvin IV. Period. End of story. I have a show called The Fearless Floyd Show. I earned the moniker Fearless Floyd from Michael Wayman Wilson, who's on the Ramsey 1 unit when he was my cellie, because of everything that I did, of all my litigation, the grievances, just making them change policy, rules, procedures, the fact that they could never catch me at anything and they knew I was guilty as sin 110%, but they could not substantiate it. Why do you think I was investigated by the IRS Secret Service, FBI, U.S. Postal Inspector while I was in prison for 30 fucking days. Why do you think they locked down the whole entire WIN unit, which is one of the #1 industry units in the prison system in Texas, and did a complete search? They searched every hard drive of every computer. It didn't matter where that computer was, whether an inmate ran it or the plant manager ran it. My bona fides are spectacular because I carried them out of prison with me. Because I decided when I got out of prison, I was going to be somebody different. I couldn't be that fucking crazy idiot with no boundaries who wasn't scared of going to prison, who wasn't scared of fucking guns and knife fights and riots and gang fights and gang land or whatever the fuck that even looks like. I've yet to experience it. Even though people tell me, oh, you're walking through gang territory, you can't go there. Well, I went there. Matter of fact, I've been there. I just got back from there. What's up with that? So it amazes me when these people on social media have no idea who I am. They've never spoken to me. They don't know anything about me. They haven't done their research. They just listen to these other people. And I'm going to show you in this year in review, okay? Because I'm going to go back to the video that I did in 2024. And I can play it for you in whole if you want. And I can tell you all the things that I told you that would not happen in 2025 because all these assholes, these gurus, grifters, liars, scammers told you would happen the next year and failed to deliver. Just like I do every year. I come on in December, I do a year in review and I'm going, okay, folks, I told you, you just wasted a year's worth of your time, money, and energy. Go get that back. Can you get over your shame, your embarrassment, your family disputes, your employer disputes because you believe one way and you're trying to convince everybody that that's the best way and you were wrong? Believe me, I get emails from people where they're like getting ready to get a divorce behind this shit. I've seen people lose $1 million properties behind this bullshit. I'm talking millions of dollars of real estate, all combined. And I'll prove it and I'll show it to you. I'm going to walk down this list and I'm going to show you. You know what? I'm not going to tell you anything out of my knowledge base. I'm going to show you in their own fucking words, out of their own mouths or out of the court or the government or whomever. But it ain't coming from me. I just went and found it, observed it, processed it, and went, holy shit. A connects to B, connects to C. Oh, man. Damn, I just wasted all this time, money, and energy. But I lacked the wisdom to realize that at the time. And I get it. I get it. I get it, folks. You know, everybody's chasing the hopiate dream. Hoping that there's a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, that you're going to get even more free. And let me be the first to tell you, folks, if anything is going to occur as far as freedom, you're going to lose more of it in 2026. And I'll get that towards the end of the show because I doubt most people will be hanging on for 6 freaking hours with me. But those who do, if you follow me, you've already seen this. I'm covering it. I'm covering what's going on right now in the world, what the plan really is. Remember the whole QAnon, trust the plan, trust the plan, trust the plan. When Donald Trump's in there, he's got a plan, trust the plan. Well, guess what? They finally delivered the plan, and I missed it. They delivered it in July, and it's the plan for AI world domination. For those of you who've actually really played with AI, and I have at length, in depth, in the legal realm, okay? And the more information you plug into your paid subscription for ChatGPT, and the more you process it, the worse it gets to eventually where it's just making shit up. You know what the law says. You know what that case said. And it's telling you different. And then you're like, hold on. No, go back and redo that. And then it gives you something else all fucked up. This is what people are relying on. A lot of people. Too many people. People are going to abandon books. Okay. Listen to me when I tell you this. Okay. Some of the most important documents that you're going to have are books, because they're going to still have the truth in them until there's a Mandela effect and poof. I know I watched that movie 1,000 times. They ran the fucking trailer 1,000 times. Life is like a box of chocolates. It's even on the table at Bubba Gump Shrimp Company. Yet you can watch the trailer on Amazon Prime, and there he is. Was like a box of chocolates. Okay, so we can get all off into the AI shit and the simulation of what's really the hell going on. We'll get into that later in the show. If you've been following me on all that information, thank you very much, because, which perfect segue, for those of you who know or don't know, I do personally know 3 survivors of the Leonard Skinner plane crash. One of them passed away, Ronnie Eckerman. He passed away. But Steve and Mark Howard are still alive. I talked to Mark today for the first time in decades, literally decades. Okay, I haven't talked to him probably since the 90s. He's going to come on the show. So you're going to hear firsthand somebody who's toured the world. If you're an old schooler like me or above, and you remember Frampton Comes Alive. Oh, he did that tour. Yeah. In fact, we discussed it today. It was the only laminate pass, his permanent backstage all access pass, that he actually gave away out of all of them. So he was on the tour with Skinner and on the plane crash. So he's going to come on the show. He was just gracious. He's actually on the other side of Houston from me in Pasadena. So we're definitely going to hook up and do lunch and just kick it, man, and give each other a big old fat ass hug. That we made it. So yeah, I've got some things coming up. Iran wanted to come back on the show. Super Soldier. I'll be covering a lot more of those. One of my conversations that I had, because I was getting ready to just shut this thing down, man. I'm tired of preaching to the choir, because most of the people who do follow me, my core audience, they know all this stuff. They're over in my Telegram. We converse every now and then. But for most of you, have no idea. So I don't even know how long this video is. Let me go look. Of course, it's going to take a minute for all this to reload. Nope, it's not that one. It must be this one. Oh, nope, that's the suicidal. Suicidal. Here we go. Let me share screen so you guys can follow along, because I want you guys. Listen, I don't like leaving any back doors, loopholes, or anything. Go, oh, Floyd did it. No. Wrong fucking guy. You're gonna follow me every step of the way. But we ain't playing that game. So let me get my happy ass out the way, because you're not here to see me. You're here to find facts and conclude law. Right? So what do we have right here? This is the 2024 year in review, and I don't know which one's which. I need a link. So that one's 58. Oh, this is 2 hours and 46 minutes, and we're not going to sit here through 2 hours and 46 minutes. I don't know why I have a 58-minute one, but apparently it came in 2 parts or something. I don't know. Which one came first? Let's see. Oh, I remember now. I remember now. This my buddy Ed Group was running for to be in the RFK administration, and then he wasn't. And that's because I don't give a fuck what y'all tell me. If y'all think y'all are going to change things through the political machinations, y'all are sadly mistaken and disillusioned, because it's never going to happen. Once they get in there, that's it. They get a visit, knock on the door. Hello, hi, we're here. All that shit you were talking about in your social media platform that you were going to do,
And welcome
in here. Remember that? Oh yeah, all that shit's dead. Because if it's not, well, that's what your family's probably going to be. Oh, did we say that out loud? We didn't mean it. Wink, wink, nod, nod. Have a nice day. That's why Cash Patel talking all that bullshit got in there and zip. Pam Bondi, I'll release all the files. And then she went and looked at the files and went, holy shit, I can't release this. And then you got old Dan Bongino, who talked massive Big Ten shit that he was going to lock all these people up. Well, he's resigning after, he hadn't done a year yet. And then, of course, the head cheerleader for the whole MAGA movement, Marjorie Taylor Greene, she quit. She quit school. No longer is she the head cheerleader. No longer is she even a cheerleader. No longer does she even go to that school. She's resigning, I believe, next month, right? Why? Because her belief that the political machinations were going to be able to make America great again. Next. Make America communism again. Next. Make America third world shithole. Ding, 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 ding. We have a winner. Why? Because we need to incorporate national security, i.e. the surveillance state, to take over everything, right? So what the hell was Floyd talking about back in 2024? Let's pop that up. Yeah, it's all my Ed Group stuff. So I really didn't put anything in the description, but Anavon Rights, the Federation of States, the Global Family Bank, and State Assembly's 2024 review. This is why I did too. Back that ass up. Because this one's on Anna Scammer. Excuse me. And then the next one I did, the 58-minute one. You see, I had like 2.5 hours of material. And then the other one is on allegedly the late David Lester Straight and his illustrious, infamous parolee Bonnie Thomas Straight. So you can believe whatever you want to believe. Here, and give myself a like because I like that video. It was good. And the other one, no, don't take me back to the beginning, and you did. Fucker. Let's go that one. All right. So there we go. Let me see. I can't go back on that one. But this one took me straight to the front again. There we go. I hit the wrong back. It took me to the very beginning again. Damn it. And, y'all want to dive right in? Where y'all want to dive in at? Tell you what, let's start off with a little commentary. My bad. Hang on. My bad. Get my tabs right. Bonafides. Let me get there. Let me pull those instruments up for you guys. And 1224. That was my first scan. So 1227. That was my second set. Oh, yeah. Come on. There we go. I didn't have this open because it puts so much strain on my unit because I've got all those tabs open. I've got probably 200 tabs open, easy. Well, what you're looking at right here, and make sure, yeah, we're sharing. Let me get my happy ass off here. And people ask me about this all the time. Floyd, man, I'm in the membership. How do I get out of it? Well, here, we're going to go look. It's this one. Nope. Oh, I went over to Firefox. Okay. All right, right here. As you see, Texas Assembly, land and soil jurisdiction, official seal. Here's my estate stamp. And you see the date. What's that date? December 6th, 2021. There's my receipt number from Floyd Pleasant Tarvin IV, because why would I use any other name? Here's my 928 form, my one-page declaration, 2 witness testimonies, deed of reconveyance, oath of expatriation, cancellation of all powers of attorney, paramount claim of life, mandatory notice, mandatory notice, Sign in America Act, revocation of election to pay taxes, voter cancellation letter, declaration of political status, certificate of assumed names, and I paid $300 to join a cult. But at the time, I didn't know I was in a cult. Derek Gascon was my recording secretary. January 6th, 2020. Damn, Floyd, how long you been doing this? Well, I've been doing it for a hot freaking minute. I think I know a little something, don't you think? Let me pull up the next one. I don't know why I didn't pull up, so. And let me make sure I am still sharing. All right, good. For some reason, YouTube is like lagging way behind. Don't ask me why. I'm seeing it out of the corner of my eye, and it's like a totally different picture from what I'm looking at. All right, here you go. January 10th, 2021. Dear Floyd, welcome home to the land and soil jurisdiction of the actual, factual, organic, unincorporated Texas. You've taken a huge step in securing your individual, God-given, inalienable, and unalienable rights as a living woman. Thanks there, Derek. who has at last returned home to her birthright political status. You are no longer lost over the sea. You are now lawfully domiciled American state national with both feet firmly planted in this land and soil jurisdiction. Please save this digital file. You received original documents, blah, 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 blah. You see when I avoided it 2 years later, because it took me that long to figure out who Anna von Reitz was. Land recording system, same thing. And this is the last of that package that, you need to see, right? Oh, yeah. Look, Floyd's a card carrying frickin' member. How did I get from here to there? How did I get associated with the Texas State Assembly? This is a good story, and let me tell it. One day, I was visiting a friend on Galveston Island. There's only one big place there for which you can shop, like Home Depot and Lowe's. They have a Home Depot. Well, the patio furniture didn't come. Well, they didn't have it at the Home Depot, but they had it at Texas City, which is, I don't know, about 40 minutes away. That was the closest Lowe's. So we couldn't sit on the patio furniture because it had deteriorated, because this was the 14th floor facing the ocean in Galveston on the Seawall Boulevard. So I was going to Texas City. I don't know anybody in Texas City. So I'm driving there and I'm like hungry. And right at my exit, there's a Lowe's on the other side of the freeway so I'm going to, but there's a HEB right here. And I'm like, oh man, I'm just going to dive in HEB, grab me some fruit, some yogurt, something like that, something quick on the go, and just jet right on over to Lowe's and take what I need. So I did that. Went to HEB, picked up what I needed, and then I drove over to Lowe's. So I get to Lowe's, and you know how big the parking lots of Lowe's and Home Depot are, right? They're huge. You can either go in the entrance door, or you can park over by the exit door, or you can go over here to the pro section. So I'm just ambling through there and park. Just no ream or rising. I'm just kind of enjoying my little food, trying to eat before I go in and take care of my business and pick up this patio furniture. So I park, get out, I start walking, I glance over at this truck, and man, you'll never believe what I saw. I saw Max Taylor's license plate on an old construction pickup, American State National. I actually have the plates. I have it set out there somewhere in the garage that I could show you, but I don't need to express my bona fides. I'm telling you under oath. So trust me on this. So I look at that plate and I'm like, American State National, man, I've been hearing about these folks. Unbelievable. I can't believe them. I'm like, I found one. I found one because I didn't know where to go look. And I didn't have time to go look because I was doing other things. I was doing my trust then, remember? I opened my trust in 2019. That's how long I've been doing trusts. Absolutely. Scout's honor. So I'm like, what do I do? Golly, Lowe's is huge. And, he might have just got here and I could be here for freaking an hour. I don't know. But I made the decision that this opportunity is probably never going to happen again. So I'm not in a hurry. Finish your snack and just wait. And that's what I did. And it wasn't 10, 15 minutes later, this little Mexican come walking out with a bandana and started walking towards the truck, which I was standing near, and he's kind of eyeballing me, and I'm eyeballing him like, is this the guy? I mean, this is what a state national looks like, and this is the kind of vehicle they drive. So I said, hey, man, is this your truck? He goes, yeah. I go, hi, my name's Floyd Pleasant Tarvin IV, man. I'm glad to meet you. You're a state national? Yeah. You know about American State National? I'm like, yeah, bro, but I don't know, what's it all about? It's like, hey, man, we have these meetings every Tuesday on Zoom or call in, blah, blah, blah. I gave me all the information. We exchanged information. Boom, he burned off doing what he wanted to do. We stayed in contact. Boom. I eventually got on a call, and I'm listening to people in what is now the Texas State Assembly. At that time, I had no idea what it was called. I'd never heard of the Federation of States. I'd never heard of Anna von Reitz. No clue. Zero. I'm just walked into this. But what I did here is a group of like-minded people with a awesome ideation that our governments are corporations. They don't care about our rights. They're fraudulent, corrupted, and we need to change that. Fuck, I've experienced all that. God, I found my family. Right? So I played it cool because I don't want to come in there, and be the intellectual, the smart guy. I just kicked back for quite some time and just listened. Okay? I listened. I didn't even participate, didn't volunteer for anything. I just listened. And then eventually I started speaking up, and I would correct people, and they were inaccurate with whatever they were doing. And that's about all I did, to the point where they recognized, hey, this guy's got some legal smarts, and they needed a chief justice. Okay. But prior to that, and then I'm going to segue into all this for you guys. Prior to that, let me see if I can. I'll just keep talking and I'll look while I'm doing it. Prior to that, Kim Reynolds was contacted by Anna von Reitz and said that we need a brick and mortar bank. Does anybody know where a brick and mortar bank is? So when we did our little meeting, Kim Reynolds asked me, do you remember when? Does anybody know where a commercial bank is? And I was like, okay, well, I got people that, deal in real estate. I dabble in it, and let me go look. So I went and found an abandoned bank, 2-story bank with about, probably 10 drive-through windows that had been abandoned for quite a while. So it had the lobby and as well as an upstairs office building. And it obviously, from the landscaping, it had been quite some time since this building had been occupied. It was on North Loop west of 610, which is our inner loop. And so it was on the feeder, easily accessible, with the drive-throughs, still in, the core of Houston, which was the inner loop. It was actually classified as inner loop, which was perfect for what people would want as a bank, a standalone private bank, private institution. So I passed that on to Kim, and I'm looking to see if I took photographs of it right now to show you guys. This is basically when COVID hit, so there's a lot going on, as well as when we had our week-long freeze here, where there were literally icicles on our bumper in Shore Acres, which is like 100 yards from the Houston Yacht Club, square business. That was a trip. And man, oh God, I gotta go through all these Fearless Floyd shots. And I do attend a lot of concerts, so got concert footage. But anyway, so I found the bank, and pass it on that, you know, hey, if we need a bank, here it is, perfect bank, blah, blah, this, blah, blah, that. Let me know if I need to, you know, inquire about what the terms and conditions of the lease agreement would be, or if I need to procure one or whatever it looked like. So Kim was like, okay, cool. And then Kim, every time I say Kim, I'm talking about Kim Reynolds. She was our elected state coordinator. And I'll get into that because that's going to become very important to you guys. And I want you to understand, listen, if you're involved in any one of the assemblies as a national, state national, American state national, whatever that looks like, okay, I'm sorry, you're in a cult. You're not going anywhere. You're never going to be able to stand up. And I'll talk about that later in the show. You have a good ideation. You're with some great people that, you know, and of course, I'm sure you have some trolls and some infiltrators and things like that. But you're with a bunch of like-minded people that are looking to, as I would imagine, self-govern, right? Isn't that what you're trying to do, is self-govern yourselves? But yet you are under the auspice of an organization. So that is the exact opposite of what self-governance actually is, because you're in an organization that has a hierarchy, a state coordinator, recording secretaries, and it goes on and on from there. It's madness, actually, because there's a federation of states. But who is the federation? Is it a body of all the state coordinators that encompass what we would consider a body politic, like Congress, like a House and a Senate, or a parliament, whatever type that looks like, whatever structure? And I get it. We don't want to emulate the de facto. You want to be de jure. But again, the self-governance falls in, and I'm not seeing that, which is highly questionable. So normally you go to an entity and, you know, let's just use the Indians, Native American Indians. Okay. So you go to their website and, you know, who's the chief? Okay. My tribe, David Hill. Who's the assistant chief? Boom. You can go on and you can read all about these people. So you know who's running the organization, who's the director of the citizenship office. You can go to a website and you can see all of that. That's how a proper legal construct is set up. Whether it's de jure, it's private, it's corporate, it's religious, it doesn't matter. There's a hierarchy, is there not? Just like with Catholicism. Who's the top guy in Catholicism? It's the Pope, right? And then there will be some argument about who would be underneath that. Would that be, you know, whoever's running the Vatican for the Pope, the administrative, executive administration? Or would it be the cardinals, the Congress, the Papal Congress, the Papal Parliament, right? And I don't know if they have a specific name. I believe they do. Whenever they got to find a new pope, there's a term for it. I just can't remember it off the top of my head. And for some reason, I just don't. I'm not finding the bank building pictures. So, you know, a whole bunch of other stuff that I could show you, but I'm not going to show you. Yeah, Eric Dingus's. Yeah, here. I just found this, just stumbled on it, and I'm just going to show it to you anyway. More bona fides for Floyd. What does that say? AmericanStatesAssembly.net. Eric Dingus. The Peacekeeping Task Force, United States of America, unincorporated. Of course, you see the civil peace flag, and we'll get into that. And then here's Eric, and of course that number doesn't work anymore. But states.americanstatenationals.org, right here, AnnaVonRights.com. This is Eric's business card that he personally gave me when he spoke at Kim Kimberly. I can't remember her last name. I could look her up in my phone contacts, but there's no need for that because that's how I got into the assembly. So apparently the prior Chief Justice for the Texas State Assembly, who lived with me till I had to throw her out, and the reason she was no longer Chief Justice or associated with the American State Nationals is because she started asking questions. And if you know anything about Anna von Reitz's assemblies, when you start asking questions, that's when the trouble starts. So she asked the right questions and boom, Anna booted her. So they needed another Chief Justice, and guess who got elected? Me. Yes, my body elected me Chief Justice of the state of Texas, I guess unincorporated. Those are my bona fides, okay? People who never met me, okay, except at these little group gatherings for the Texas State Assembly. And that, of course, that wasn't the full body of all the members, but they voted me in. So, because I have 12 years of litigation experience in all levels and categories of law. Last time I looked, I was published 24 times. Okay. I mean, when I saw that, I was like, what? I thought I was just published 9 times. When I'm published 24 times, that's remarkable. So it's not like I set out, in 2002, sitting in Garza West unit in Beeville, Texas, trying to make a decision, man. Do I fight my case or do I go get a free master's degree? Do I fight my case or do I go get a free master's degree? Because I'm going to be sitting here for 7 years before I talk to anybody about going home, waiting on parole. So what do I do at that time? So I decided to litigate. And it wasn't like, I want to be published or I'm trying to become some super litigator. No, I was trying to get my ass out of prison before my daughter grew up without me, and she grew up without me. So I did 14 years and 2 months flat. Made them change Texas state law, prison policies, rules, procedures. Absolutely. A lot of the things they do now is because of me. I wasn't around to see it, but yeah, absolutely. So I'm in the Texas State Assembly. Right now I get elected Chief Justice. And I'm like, I understand the whole machinations of the legal process. Criminal law. I read the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, I don't know how many times. Texas Penal Code, I don't know how many times. Texas Rules of Evidence, I don't know how many times. Texas Rules of Appellate Procedure, I don't know how many times. Case law after case law after case law after case law after case law, to a point where I finally snapped and went, okay, I'm getting into repetitive shit. That's when I was called on, there's a standard to review. Okay, what's that all about? I had to teach myself on the fucking fly, and I did it. Am I like the best litigator in the world? No. Am I very good? Yes. Am I the best? No, probably not. But I'm going to try to be, because I want to win. I don't care what the case is about. I don't care what you did, what you didn't do. I just want to win. I want to prove to these hoes that I can freaking beat them with my mind. Okay? I got one tool, a fucking pen and paper. That's it. No guns, no fisticuffs, no gang fights, no riots. Not an army behind me, just me, my pen, my mind. So I'm Chief Justice. Let's set up a court system. Let's impanel a grand jury. Let's move forward and let's start digging up these dead bodies, these skeletons, and start exposing the fraud and the corruption and hold these people accountable. Because I already knew where the bodies were. I lived it. I experienced it. I didn't need to hear anybody else's stories. I already knew who to point fingers at. So I already had my own agenda set day one. So legally, lawfully, constitutionally, morally, ethically, how much authority did I really have as some de jure Chief Justice of this organization called the Texas State Assembly of the Federation of States? And I went and did my homework. I did what any good due diligence researcher should do. Research, go read, go dig. And once I started digging, I was like, holy shit, what the hell is that? What the fuck have I got myself into? Who are these people? And I had to start at the bottom and work my way up. And unbeknownst to me, my friend, he's still a friend, Eric Dingus, was doing a parallel investigation into Anna von Reitz. Anna's hand-picked number one guy, Eric Dingus, investigating Anna von Reitz. Why? Well, we found out later. But while this investigation is going on, parallel, I'm doing mine, he's doing his. We have no idea each other is doing this. As far as I know, he's in bumfuck United States, crashing on somebody's couch, trying to rescue their ass from the FBI, a sheriff, police, a court, whatever task he was assigned to. He was Eric on the spot, driving his own car on his own dime, surfing on people's couches, trying to help and protect the movement. So the reason Eric, and he's talked about this on my show, so everything I tell you it's God honest truth. I want you to go vet. I want you to go back to my catalog of 1,600 videos and you can find this information. It's in there. It's available. I've talked about this ad nauseum. So Eric was being told, by some state coordinator in, I think, Utah, Arizona, Nevada, one of those Western states, hey, so-and-so needs help. Boom. He jets out there. He's helping them. But as he's helping them, he's getting pushback from Anna von Reitz. So he's like, really, what the fuck's going on? So he launched his investigation into Anna von Reitz. Why is she pushing back on me? I'm sacrificing all my time, money, energy for this movement, for this woman, for this Federation of States, for these state members of these assemblies, and what the hell's going on? So Eric is apparently really good friends with Kim Reynolds. I didn't know at the time. And they're going back and forth. They're communicating. Well, because I'm doing what I'm doing, trying to find out what kind of authority I have as a Chief Justice for the state of Texas. Okay. That's like being Chief Justice of the Texas Supreme Court. You follow me? A shit ton of responsibility, a shit ton of authority. They run the court system. They make the rules for the court system. They approve the lower court local rules. Okay? A lot of power with Chief Justice. Who's running Texas now? Former Chief Justice of the Texas Supreme Court, Greg Abbott. Who's the senior senator, U.S. Senator for Texas? Former Chief Justice of the Texas Supreme Court, John Cornyn. So to step in those shoes and fill that footprint, what kind of authority and jurisdiction did I actually have? And that led me on my journey. So as I'm discovering things, I'm like, fuck, am I going back to prison? How far have I overreached already? Who are these people? So I started doing my due diligence and my investigation. I started uncovering a lot of material that was terrifying, shocking, unreal when you actually analyze it from afar, not from within, because when you're within, you have macro vision. You can't see the bigger picture. When you step back, you look at the bigger picture, you're like, oh, fuck. I wished I'd have known, because I stepped in the macro vision. That's how I got introduced to this. Somebody didn't reach out and go, hey, Floyd, here, I'm part of this organ. No. I went, oh, there it is. Step right in it. So I'm doing my own investigation. And I'm looking to see what I can do, what I can't do, who I'm doing it for, responsibility, liability, all of that. And I'll be damned if it didn't take me long. And let me find their tab. And I'm going to read this. Get my happy ass out the way. Hang on. And I put Colorado 9 sovereign citizen. That's my search. The Colorado 9 refers to a group of sovereign citizens, including prominent figures Bruce Doucette, Stephen Nolte, and Stephen Byfield. I bet you've never even heard those names before in your state assembly, if you belong to an assembly, have you? These guys were prosecuted for engaging in, quote, paper terrorism, unquote, by filing false legal documents against public officials such as judges, district attorneys, sheriffs, and even Colorado Governor John Hickenlooper. These individuals rejected state and local laws, claiming they were not bound by them because they were not explicitly in the United States Constitution. Doucette, who referred to himself as a Superior Court judge, led efforts to intimidate government officials through fraudulent warrants, liens, and subpoenas, actions the FBI classifies as paper terrorism. The group's activities were part of a broader sovereign citizen movement, which the FBI has identified as a top domestic terrorist threat due to its potential for violence and harassment of law enforcement. The Colorado cases involve charges of racketeering, conspiracy, and other felonies under the Colorado Organized Crime Control Act. In 2018, Bruce Doucette was sentenced to 38 years in prison, while Nolte and Byfield received 22 and 36 years, respectively. Although the trials have led to a leveling off in reported sovereign citizen activity in Colorado, prosecutors anticipate that new leaders may emerge to continue the movement. The defendants, sometimes referred to as the Colorado 8, before the inclusion of a ninth individual in media reports, also filed a $350 billion civil complaint against federal and state entities, which was dismissed for lack of factual specificity. So, just doing this little search right here, you see what pops up? What is this, folks? Come on. What the fuck? Really? Really? This is what pops up. So I'm a law enforcement officer, a licensed peace officer. And I'm just sitting here kicking time, I ain't got nothing to do. Nobody's speeding down my little thoroughfare. So I'm going to go surf the web. Now, I know y'all been over here with me on this, right? Right? Didn't we go through all this? Didn't we learn what sovereign citizens are? Didn't we learn all the vernacular that's thrown at law enforcement? Huh? No, do not tell me America's state nationals are sovereign citizens. Are you kidding me? From July 29th, 2024, and this was actually updated then. It came out before that. This article is by Dr. Christine Sarteshi, who I have invited on my show, who declined multiple requests due to her being an expert witness in multiple domestic extremist groups and domestic terrorist groups in a court of law. Dr. Christine M. Sarteshi. If you want to know what the law enforcement, these guys drive around these trucks look like this. You want to know what they think of you? You want to know who they talk about? All you got to do is go read this. So when you say I'm an American state national, an ASN, guess what you're telling everybody, the entire freaking world? That you're a sovereign citizen. There is no demarcation between the two. There is no differentiation in the eyes of law enforcement and the government. They are one in the same. Okay? They are one and the same. So don't try to get around it. Please go to police1.com, sovereign citizens, and look up this article and watch it, listen to it. I've covered it ad nauseum, and folks just don't want to listen. Okay? So this tells you all about it, tells you everything you need to know, gives you all the authorities. Dr. Christine M. Sarteshi is a full professor of social work and criminology. Her current research efforts focus on extremist groups and individuals, including sovereign citizens and QAnon. My Q-tards! Christine is the author of Sovereign Citizens, a Psychological and Criminological Analysis. She also has written articles published in scholarly journals, as well as the Pittsburgh Tribune Review, Just Security, Salon, New York Daily News, Homeland Security Today, MedPage Today, New York Law Journal, Legal Intelligencer, New Jersey Law Journal, and Texas Lawyer Magazine, among many others. Her work has been featured in national and international news outlets and documentaries. That's who Dr. Christine Sarteshi is. She's the one out there that joins your groups, joins your assembly, listens in, finds out what you're doing, and then comes and reports on it and testifies as an expert witness. I want you to Wikipedia sovereign citizen, even though it's, CIA controlled, wink, wink, nod, nod, allegedly. Just look it up. Okay. So obviously the civil peace flag. Oh, the civil peace flag. Floyd, you went there. You went there, bro. So hang on. I went there. Let me go there for you guys. So let's get over here to the Fearless Floyd Show. Hello, I'm back. Honey, I'm home. Lucy, you got some splaining to do. So let's go splain. Come on. Where you at? Golly, you're prolific. Sure do a lot of stuff. This is a little old video I did titled The Tale of Two Flags, a customary cautionary Christmas story. Because as you see, flying before you is what? Is that not the civil peace flag right here? But as it is so fondly known throughout law enforcement, it is a sovereign citizen flag. Did I just not show you that? So let's get back to self-governance, Floyd. Okay? Can we get back to self-governing, what self-governing looks like? Have you ever looked at my logo? What's in the middle of my logo? Do you know? It's a flag. Really, where'd that flag come from, Floyd? Well, since I know how to self-govern, it's my flag for me, my estate, my family. Because I self-govern. I don't fly flags of other entities for my nation, my estate. Oh, so you're a follower, not a leader. Absolutely. So the tale of two flags. Where'd that flag come from? Well, if you go watch this video, I go at length in depth to show you guys where it came from, who created it, why they created it, when they created it, blah, 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 blah. Oh, yeah. Y'all want to go read it? Yeah. Y'all people just, I don't know what happened to y'all. If you would, I swear to God, if you would have told me 50 years ago when I was 13 years old that I'm going to be the smartest motherfucker among my peers, I would have went, oh, man, you're crazy. I'm always going to be last in my class. I already dropped out of school. I'm just showing up because I got to. Absolutely. Never read a book till I went to prison. Never studied for homework. My books never left the back seat of my car. I didn't even take them to class after a while. I was like, well, I never even opened it up in class. Why do I even need to bring them? I just brought shit to doodle on. And in case I had to take a pop quiz, I got paper and a pen. Absolutely. Your car. 13-star U.S. Revenue Cutter Service Commissioning Pennant. The Act of March 2nd, 1799, known as the Customs Administration Act, authorized that the, quote, the cutters and boats employed in the service of the revenue shall be distinguished from other vessels by an ensign, and pendant, and with such marks thereon as shall be prescribed and directed by the President of the United States. So let me explain that to you, okay? So they needed a flag, a pennant to fly under the United States flag on their vessels to do what? Collect revenue. And that is the flag that you guys have adopted as your civil peace flag. Y'all just changed the eagle, a white eagle on a blue background to the stars. And somebody created it, namely a sovereign citizen, and you can go watch that video. So I'm going to segue right over into the foolishness that entails. And I can play more of the video, but I encourage you, go watch it yourself. Invest your time, money, and energy and go listen to my catalog and get educated. Get your ass out of these stupid brainwashed cults where you're never going to go anywhere. You're not going to learn anything. You're going to waste your time, money, and energy. And I promise you, on the Bible, we will be back here in 2026 in December, and I'll do my 4th annual year in review, and I'll say the same things over and over and over. Na, 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 na. I told you so. And I'm going to prove it. Not in this segment, but in the next one. So in this one, I don't want to go to that one. Let me check this one out. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Here we go. All right. This is my Floyd Pleasant Tarvin the 4th, as you see, because that's who that dude is. But this is Facebook.com Fearless Floyd Show. Why? Because my dumb ass under my other Facebook profile, Scotty Tarvin, which you probably have zero access to because it's so locked down. It's under those. But anyway, so I set this one up as, like the Fearless Floyd Show, and I don't really do much with it. All I do is sometimes post advertising for the classes and the trust books and all that stuff, or I'll post videos. So let's just take a scroll down here and look at my thread. So here's tonight's show, right? Here I'm posting my global currency reset video. And as you see, I have, quite a few friends. Here's a human trafficking survivor. Here's Juan, my local independent filmmaker. And of course, here's Andrew. He's a constitutional sheriff for the assemblies. So we'll get into all that. So anyway, here's my Facebook, and I want you to see all this, okay? I want you to scroll down it because I'm going to show you a point. Remember when I told you people talk about me, but yet they fail to confront me? Here's Julian. Remember, I told you this little Mexican with a headband walked out? Remember? What's he got on his head? Yep, that's Julian. That's the gentleman that was at the Lowe's parking lot that introduced me into the American State Nationals. Absolutely. So let me go back to where I was so I can scroll down my page so you guys can see just my bullshit, porn-laden threads all over. I don't know if somebody's, posting on top of my posts and, but I think I get all those and I really don't see them. But, here's what I see. I don't know what you see. This is what I see. I don't see any porn. All I see is something to do with Fearless Floyd Show. Right? Isn't that what we're seeing? I'm not seeing any porn. Y'all know when y'all see some. Y'all want to watch too. Y'all give me 100 and I'll go score some crack and we'll sit around, smoke crack and watch porn and do all that kind of nefarious stuff, right? I'm just kidding, of course. But obviously you see there is no porn. Nope, no porn. Why would I be friends with a human traffic survivor right here and have porn on my show? Doesn't make sense, does it? So, all right. Oh, actually, let me all right, this guy, he's all over Facebook. He's a rah. He's the head cheerleader for Antivan Rights currently. And as you see, what he's got in his background, he's obviously a sovereign citizen. Ain't no doubt. Even though he testifies otherwise. There's a reason I'm over here. There's a reason I'm on his profile. There's a reason I'm putting him on Front Street. You see, he joined 2014, and hey, asnstore.net, correctyourstatus.com, northcarolinassembly.org, TSA, AmericanStateNationals.org. So he obviously follows Anna von Reitz. Everything he does, he says, I'm a sovereign citizen. I'm a sovereign citizen. Look over here. Look over here. Damn it. I'm a sovereign citizen. You must look over here. I'm a sovereign citizen. Right? So obviously he's the head cheerleader for, little old granny, Anna von Reitz, which we're getting ready to dive into head first. No, we're not dipping any toes in this water. You're getting ready to get a full frontal assault. If you ever watched any one of the videos of Faces of Death and you saw those motorcyclists who just plowed right into something at a gazillion miles an hour and their faces are split open. This is not for the faint of heart. So the reason I'm here is because I'm scrolling down. I want you to see all this stuff. There's Sheriff Andrew Innick. And there's his partner, Sheriff Bonner. I have invited them on my show. Actually, on this video, I finally caught them live and hit them up. So as you see, again, I'm a sovereign citizen, and here's all our neato currency that we're going to have, and it's gold backed, and we're going to get into that as well. Veteran step-by-step guide to recording the 928 package. And there's Anna again. And I'm doing this for a reason. Okay? Doing this for a reason. We're going to dive into this one next, right there. Sovereign citizens, made in the USA. Where else have sovereign citizens come from? Like right here, good old USA, maybe Canada. Yay! Yay! Merry Christmas! I'm a sovereign citizen. I mean, I just proved it to you, right? So, again, this is how they talk to me. So, they posted this shit right here. More Anna von Reitz drivel. And, of course, he copies it and pastes it like it's fucking gospel. Okay, so the Doge can clean up what was forced on the Trump administration. Then they have made some hay with it. Doge was officially shut down. Excuse me. Doge got the door slammed in their face when they went to the Pentagon and told to stand down forever. But y'all want to listen to the lies, the bullshit. Okay? The bullshit. Because that's all this is bullshit. And, listen, am I not entitled to my opinion? I think I am. I think I have free will. I think I have sovereignty. I think if anybody's been an exemplary example of self-governance, it's been me. So you can go read all this garbage. How long would it take you to read this? Okay. How long would it take you to read this? But let's just hit right. Prepaid credit funds, gold backed. Okay. They're going to be in your bank account. And who's it put out by? The fiduciary. Hold on. Fiduciary. Would y'all like to look up the definition of a fiduciary? Oh, you would? Okay. A fiduciary is a person or organization that holds a legal or ethical relationship of trust with one or more other parties acting on their behalf and managing their money, property, or other assets. The role requires the fiduciary to act solely in the best interest of the beneficiary, placing their client's interest above their own. The fiduciary duty is the highest standard of care and equity or law, demanding undivided loyalty, good faith, honesty, and prohibiting self-dealing or conflicts of interest. Examples include trustees of trust, financial advisors, attorneys, guardians, estate administrators, and pension plan managers, all of whom are legally obligated to manage assets prudently and in some sole interest of the person they serve. Oh, here. I'm sorry, I wasn't sharing the tab. There you go. You can read it. Right? Fiduciary. So Anna's the fiduciary, right? Isn't that what this says right there? So a fiduciary is a person that is a good steward for the estate and the estate only, right? And for the beneficiaries. But what's this say? The United States of America. I don't see it unincorporated. Ooh, really? So here, this is my other Facebook profile, Scotty Tarvin. And because I am nicknamed Scotty, it's because there are 4 fucking Floyd Pleasant Tarvins. So we all had nicknames. My father was Buddy. I was Scotty. Everybody growing up, they all knew Scotty. Every time I heard Floyd, I was in trouble. But again, like I said, April 15th, 2016, and back to somewhere in January 2016, I had this epiphany that I could not go out and be Scotty Tarvin anymore. That motherfucker is insane. I have to continually put him in a fucking box. Okay. The body may be free. No, he's still incarcerated, and he's going to stay incarcerated. Because if I let that motherfucker out, oh my God, all hell will break loose. So that's why I decided I was going to change who I was and change everything about myself. And I was going to maintain honor, integrity, and good faith, clean hands at all fucking times with anybody and everybody. And if you are a negative effect on my life, boom, you're jettisoned. You're no longer in my life. And believe me, I've ended 40 plus year relationships recently because these motherfuckers are stuck on stupid. And I'm not going to tolerate people being a drain or negative on my life. If you don't bring any positivity into my life, get the fuck out. Bye. Beat it. Don't want you around ever. I don't even want to talk to you. So I just typed rubbish. That's it. So Michael John on North Carolina hit me up. How so? And I just said, hey, watch the Floyd Show on Rumble and YouTube. I'll be doing my annual year-end review, and I'll cover Anna, the bank, state nationals, among many others who made claims that have not yet to be true. So Brandon Morrison here, Mr. Sovereign fucking Citizen. Yes, Brandon, you're a sovereign citizen. I'm calling you out, naming names. Oh, you can't debate me? Okay. So Scotty Tarvin. Ah, yes. The dipshit known as Fearless Floyd. Take your rubbish elsewhere. No one listens to that guy. Michael John, Scotty Tarvin. That guy is a fucking nutcase. No discernment on your part, I see. I blocked his Facebook profile when he dropped a comment bomb on my page. His Facebook profile was flooded with pornography and sex photos. Did you see any sex photos? Did you see any pornography? I didn't. So, am I a nutcase? Oh, yeah, sure. This guy was a nutcase, Scotty Tarvin. Just admitted that. So because I said rubbish and I invited these folks to come watch this fucking video, this is how they talk about me. This is how they treat me. And guess what? I'm trying to save this stupid, stuck on stupid, idiotic, sovereign citizen, Brandon Morrison, from being on a domestic terrorist watch list. But he is, he has no discernment, does he? So Scott Rambin asked Scotty Tarvin, how is this rubbish? I would like to know your reasoning. Scotty Tarvin, as viewed, so appears. Jason Garrett, you can start your journey here. And this is the link. Okay. Y'all want to see where this link goes? This is how I reply to him right here. Because what does he have right there? Civil peace flag. There's only two kinds of people. People who will do what they are told, no matter what. Thank you, Anna Von writes. And people who will do what is right, no matter what they are told. Well, thank you. I'll bow down to that and I will disregard the civil peace flag. But hey, let's copy this. Or I tell you what, hang on. Let's just go. Bam. We'll go right to it. We're going to share that tab. Where are we at? Huh? Oh, the Tale of Two Flags, a customary cautionary Christmas story. Remember, customary because it's customs. What were they doing? Collecting fucking revenue. Were they not? Here, let's put it up there. Oh, hang on. There we go. There you go. That's it. That's what's link. That's what I sent them. And this is how they talk about me when I try to tell them the truth. What have they done to people throughout fucking history who tell the truth? Some of them get burned at the stake. Some of them get stoned. Some of them even get crucified. So, for those of you morons who fly a flag that is not yours because you don't know how to self-govern yourselves or your estate or your family, thank you very much for putting your own foot in your mouth and making yourself look like a moron in the worldwide realm called YouTube and Rumble and social media. So thank you for providing such easy ammunition, very low-hanging fruit. Because, you know, if you're not getting it, you're not listening, you're a fucking moron. You're stuck on fucking stupid. I haven't even got to the bank yet. Have I? No. I told you, this is going to be a freaking 6-hour video. No problemo. And I'm just going to keep throwing you these fucking facts at you. Proof, one after another. So let's go find out what else is going on, Floyd. All right. Here again, we have Michael's post 16 hours ago by Anna Von Wrights, blah, 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 blah. Y'all want to read all this? You sure you want to read all this? There's a reason she makes this so lengthy. She wants to eat up all your time, money, and energy, right? Just giving you blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. So how long do you think it would take you to read all this? Quite a while, huh? And then you got to comprehend it. because she says shit on purpose. So this is probably, without reading it, it's probably 90% true. And then there's 10% just 100% bullshit. Excuse me. As long as people insist on playing children's games for real, I crack the whip. What do you do, Anna? I crack the whip. What do you mean you crack the whip? What's that look like? Well, this is what it looks like. Because in your state assembly, here, hang on. In your state assembly, right? Isn't it under the body where you elect your state coordinator and you can only have one state coordinator, right? It's the state assembly that elects their coordinator, right? Isn't that how it works? Oh, no. Not in Anna's psycho world. How does that work, Floyd? Well, if you don't believe Floyd, I encourage you to reach out to those individuals in the Texas State Assembly, Kimberly, and the other two egomaniacs, Kyle Worley. I remember Kyle. And look up old Kimberly. I've been to Kimberly's house. Kimberly was a marketing whiz. Then she got in there and it's like, ooh, look at all these people I can control. No, not Kimberly Salinas. She may have got jettisoned out here and let's see if she's in one of these mass texts. No, Kimberly. God, I can't remember her last name. The other chick, she was married. Her husband was in county jail in Tennessee behind some child support or CPS, custody battle, something. And she sent Anna thousands of dollars for Anna to assist her to get her husband out. And Anna just kept the money and ignored her. So she was one of three. So you had Kimberly, Kyle Worley, and this other girl, I can't remember her name. 3 state coordinators. Oh, do you want to know what a shit show that started? But hold on, don't these... So who's in charge? Is it Anna? Is she running the whole entire show? She doesn't like what you're doing. She's just going to change the rules, change the game midstream. Is she the god? Is she the boss? Is she the president? Oh, speaking of presidents, I heard James C. Belcher passed away. So who the fuck is the president? You don't even know. Who's the vice president? Who's the secretary? Who's the treasurer? Hold on. Who's the body of Congress? Who's the parliament? Because every government in existence, whether it's de facto, de jure, tribal, indigenous, they all have a structure. They all have a leader and they have a subordinate body underneath that or more. See, these assemblies, they don't even have a court system. They don't have a jail system. They don't have a law enforcement division, probation, parole. I mean, how are you going to hold people accountable that you know have transgressed upon your rights, your property, stolen your freedom? How are you going to hold them accountable if you don't even know what that structure looks like? You don't even know how to operate it. You guys are so far away. It's unbelievable that you continue to meet week after week and just pass the buck every year. It's the same old nonsense. And again, listen, your ideation's on the spot. You're doing what you should be doing. The problem is you can't self-govern. You have to listen to somebody to tell you what the fuck to do. This is what you should support on your vehicles and on your social media is this: I'm a sovereign citizen. Is that a psyop? I don't know. But all I do know is what law enforcement sees it, processes it, identifies it, and labels it. Sovereign citizen. Don't even have to think about it. But now imagine if I saw a flag that looked like, and give me a minute. Like I said, I got so much shit opened up. My computer just running slow. Boom. What the fuck is that? That's my flag. I created that flag. This is kind of a bad image of it, but because it's probably been copied 1,000 times, reduced, all that stuff. But anyway, these are white banners for purity, purple for royalty. It's actually a much more royal purple than this lavender fuchsia color. And then in between each one are these gold threads. And of course, I have the lightning bolt for divinity, the power from above, the electrical current that keeps all humans functioning. So as you see, these are all split by golden threads. And that's what my flag represents. To me, for me, it's my flag. It amazes me that, you want to adopt something else that you know zero history about. Nothing. You don't know who created it, why they created it, how they've applied it, and what its meaning is to the general public. And that is a sovereign citizen. So you guys keep displaying yourself and keep saying, hey, I'm a domestic terrorist. I'm part of a domestic extremist group. I'm sorry, I've got to slap you in the face. I told you I'm going to split your head open with all this information that you've just don't care. You're just going to adopt it because so-and-so told you. Because you're too fucking lazy. You're too mentally incompetent to do your own research. So one of these days, you're going to wake up and do your own fucking research. And then you're going holy fuck. That fucking dipshit Fearless Floyd was right. So let's dive into the whole fiduciary responsibility. So the person that you're following in this assembly, Anna von Reitz, according to her own title, she's a fiduciary. So she's very responsible, fiscally responsible for the estate and the beneficiaries and the assets there too. So again, let me take you with me. My portal has expired, so I have to log in again. Let me get my happy ass out the way. And what we have here is PACER, Public Access to Court Electronic Records. This is the database for all cases in U.S. District Court, Courts of Appeals, in the United States Supreme Court, and Bankruptcy Court. And of course, I am Fearless Floyd. I know it's so stupid saying that. So you can go over here and find parties and boom, you can pop it in here and, here's the regular characters. Right. And then put in the names. So I've already stepped up the game. All right. That's in a separate window. Let me refresh that. May make me sign in again. Nope, that popped up. Yes, make sure all these are refreshed for you guys before I pop over to them. All right, let me close that one down. That one down. That's the police ones. All right, so back over here, we can put in the parties, but I've already done that for you guys. So let's go take the shortcut. We'll show this tab. Basically, it says your download will begin in a separate window. So I downloaded some documents. But here we go. U.S. District Court, Western District of Wisconsin at Madison, civil docket for case number 3:24, which stands for the 3rd District 2024 CV Civil, case number 831, before District Judge WMC, which stands for Judge William N. Conley. See how I read that? So this is a Title 26, Section 7403, suit to enforce a federal tax lien. United States of America is the plaintiff, and they're represented by Daniel A. Applegate. Defendant Anna M. Reisinger Von Reitz. So it is Anna M., which stands for Marie, Reisinger Von Reitz. Also included in this as a co-defendant would be the late President James C. Belcher. So here's the complaint filed by the United States of America. See if I have that already open. No, I do not. But y'all want to read the complaint? So we'll open that up. Let me just show you everything. So here's the cover sheet. Here's the summons. Summons, that's not what I want. I want more than the summons. Corporate disclosure, case randomly assigned. They're never randomly assigned. Here we go. Blow this up for you. I know there's going to be some doubters out there. Oh, Floyd. Here we are. 3:24 CV 831 WMC in the United States District for the Western District of Wisconsin. Here we go. Anna M. Reisinger Von Reitz and James C. Belcher. Order directing entry of judgment against Anna Von Reitz and James C. Belcher. Before the court is the United States motion for default judgment against Anna and James. For reasons stated in the motion and for good cause shown, it is hereby ordered that the motion is granted. It is further ordered, adjudged, and decreed that judgment is entered in favor of plaintiff, United States of America, against Anna M. Reisinger Von Reitz and James C. Belcher as follows. Number 1, upon the assessment of federal income tax liabilities against Anna M. Reisinger Von Reitz for tax years 2002 through 2009, federal tax liens arose against and attached to all property and rights to property held by Anna M. Reisinger Von Reitz, including the real property that is subject to the United States complaint, in which is identified as vacant land parcel number blah, city of Black River Falls, municipality and town of Adams, in the county of Jackson and state of Wisconsin, within the judicial district described as follows, blah, 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 blah. There's the plot. Federal tax liens that attach to the property of Anna and James, which are referenced or above, are valid and subsisting liens. The federal tax liens referenced above are enforced against the property upon the filing of an abstract of judgment on August 14, 2024, recording the judgment entered against Anna and James on June 5th, 2024, in the amount of, are you sitting down? You might want to take a bong hit for this one. $1,224,549.41 plus statutory interest and additions accruing according to Title 26 USC Section 6621 after May 10th, my birthday, 2024. In the case of United States versus Anna von Reitz, aka blah, 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 blah. You can go look all this up if you want. A judgment lien attached to all property and rights to property held by Anna and James includes blah, 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 blah. All we need is a judge's signature. Uh-oh, there we have William N. Conley. And he loves signing his name. Obviously. This was issued March 12th, 2025. What an awesome fiduciary Anna is and must be. Jesus. I think we should all emulate Anna, right? Because if you're not familiar with Anna and real estate, and obviously you're not, okay? Let me tell you a little bit about this thing called Sign in America. Remember, I'm under oath. Sign in America. When I was in the Texas State Assembly, I got to meet the Sign in America volunteers for the Texas State Assembly, Charlene and Wilka, a husband and wife team, who I sat across from at a breakfast dinner in Spring, Texas. And they told me face to face, Floyd, this is insanity. What do you mean? I know the process doesn't work. I've already done this over and over. You don't have to tell me it doesn't work. Well, that's the thing, Floyd. What? Is that it doesn't work. And more than that, we're overwhelmed. Overwhelmed? Yeah. There's almost 200 members in the Texas State Assembly. And they're sending us every bill they have. Some of these folks have, 30, 40 bills every month that they have to pay. Multiply that by 200, Floyd. Do the math. We're overwhelmed. We just stop doing everything because we don't have enough time. We're not getting paid. We're volunteers. And behind that, people lost their real estate. They lost their homes. They lost their cars. They lost their credit cards. And there were no consequences, no accountability, nothing. They're shit out of luck. And that's how this assembly rolls. That's the Federation of States. Anna doesn't give a fuck about you. That's why if you're in an assembly, you've never heard of Bruce Doucette. You don't know anything about the Colorado 9. You didn't even know it was a Colorado 9. You thought there was a Colorado 8. If you even heard about it. How did I know to punch in Colorado 9 when it said Colorado 8? And then at the end, it said, there's an addition. It's 9, because I went and did my own fucking research. I didn't rely on Anna von Reitz to govern me. This is how I analyze the world now, especially in the United States of America. There's a population, probably 360 million with all the illegal immigrants here, but we'll just say there's 330 million U.S. citizens, U.S. nationals, state nationals, American state nationals, whatever the fuck you want to call yourself, okay? So out of that 330 million, 270 million went and got in line to get an experimental drug injected into their body. 240 million of those 270 million went back for seconds and thirds and fourths, and they're still wearing masks alone in their car still today. So people are really stuck on stupid. So out of that additional 60 million, how many of those are just stupid, just dumb as a box of rocks? They were smart enough not to go get the vaccine, but they have no common sense. So I look at these people, you're desperate. I get it. You hate your government. I hate my government. I hate the way this country operates, how it's digressed into this cesspool of depravity, of porn and transgenderism and wokeism, and everybody's got to be who they want to be, and everybody's got to identify as who they want to be identified as. And that's not my job. My job's to live my own life, not worship yours. But that's what this society has come to. Every facet of American society is broken, degraded, or non-functional. Everything has to change. The education system, the judicial system, the criminal justice system, the court system, the governments, the financial system, all of it. The whole dynamic of what a society has morphed into, that is a slave system, has to change. And we have to change it. And you're not going to change it listening to some grandma that pontificates a bunch of history and claims that she never proves. Oh, I sent this to the Pope and blah, blah, blah. So I just showed you she just lost by default judgment, which means the bitch didn't even show up to be heard. You had an opportunity to declare yourself, to stand on your own square, to be a fiduciary for your estate, for your beneficiaries, whoever the fuck they are, and you failed. You didn't even show up. You didn't even get on the team bus. You just let it go. You failed. You're a failure. You're a loser. And I'll pontificate on that even more to show you how big of a loser Anna von Reitz really is. I'm a 3 fucking time loser with 4 fucking felonies. Got out of prison April 15th, 2016 with fucking nothing. I didn't even own the clothes on my motherfucking back. I don't own anything. My trust owns everything. My trust takes very good fucking care of me. Very good care. I live in a house that's way too fucking big for me, and I want to downsize. It's fucking huge. I don't even use the 3rd floor. It's like sealed. I don't need it. I just use the 1st and 2nd. It's ridiculous. But the trust takes care of everything for me. And how am I, somebody who 9 years ago, almost 10 in April, got out with nothing, has all of this? I'm not living with people. I'm not surfing somebody else's couch. I'm not getting real estate taken away from me and sold on January 26th, 2026 on a foreclosure sale yeah, there we go. And I told you, this isn't coming from me. Okay. What we do here is we go find facts and we conclude law. And what the fuck do I have here, Floyd? Oh, well, this is an official government website, irs.gov, and this is irsauctions.gov. Judicial sale, approximately 11.2 acres of vacant land in Black River Falls, Wisconsin. Where have we heard that before? Date of auction, I'm sorry, I was 2 days off. January 28th, 2026 at 11:30 a.m. You are more than welcome to bid on this property. And of course, you know, we would assume, because Anna's a fiduciary, she's just a whiz kid with money, she'll be able to buy her own property back, right? In January. So pursuant to judgment dated March 12th, 2025, entered in the United States of America versus Anna and James in the United States District Court for the Western District of Wisconsin in number 831 WMC, of course. Well, the United States will offer to sell at public auction vacant land in Black River Falls, Wisconsin, and more particularly described as, here again, we have the lot specifics, which you'll find on the tax assessor's website. And at 11:30 a.m. with registration starting at 11 a.m., location, Jackson County Courthouse. Okay. Property's being sold at the Jackson County Courthouse. Courthouse steps. Here we go. Minimum bid, $85,000, which could be a bargain. I don't know. You can inspect it by driving by. You can do a drive-by. But here's all the terms and conditions of the auction. You're more than welcome to go bid on this yourself. Again, this is an official IRS website. Minimum bid starting at $85,000. You can contact Shannon Williams of the Internal Revenue Service at 211 West Wisconsin Avenue in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. You can email her at shannon.williams@irs.gov, and you can call her at 414-530-3595 regarding this particular auction and property. Not only am I a dipshit, but golly, man, I'm borderline on asshole now, aren't I? Like, I'm close. Damn, Floyd's just being a dick. He's just rubbing it in our faces. Well, the fuck I got to do? I've explained this over and over and over for years. Years. I mean, I'm what, 2 hours in? Yeah, 2 hours in, and I'm still on Anna Von Wright's. I haven't even got to her bank yet. I haven't even showed you those documents yet. This is why I told you this is going to be a 6-hour video. By midnight, I'm not even going to have a voice left, and God bless me for that. Because hopefully by then I will have expressed everything that I need to on a year-end review and show you folks that the last year you spent and you didn't listen to me, you just spun your wheels. You were in a circle jerk. And you got no satisfaction. And if you continue that merry-go-round, you're going to go back around. And guess what? December of 2026, I'm going to go over there and show you, you've been in a circle jerk, you idiot. Why didn't you listen to me last year? You know, that's why I say people are just stupid. It amazes me how stupid people are. I mean, if you're going to fly the civil peace flag, why not just put a fucking swastika next to it? Isn't that a domestic terrorist group? Would you put a swastika on your car? Would you put a swastika on your front door? Would you put a swastika on your social media platform? If the answer is yes, well, then I have a package for you. It's called the 928 package. It comes with free decals and insignia that you can plaster all over the place to show everybody that you're a domestic extremist terroristic threat. 800 number is below. Please call now. The first 24 callers get, right? Let me, oh, yeah, I didn't even get to this one. Let me go back. Let me go back over here. I'll be right back. All right, here you go. So anyway, we were back on this, remember? All right, so I commented on this, and right here, listen, is she getting her property illegally seized and foreclosed? Does she just keep on legally documenting and rebutting these claims? Wouldn't it have been settled with jurisprudence chancery courts? Why still the legal hassle of it from the corporations? An inquiring mind wants to know for educational purposes. Thank you. Cynthia Veloz, stupid is asking, stupid does. Why people ignore the obvious, Anna is a fraud and Con is insane. And then she replied, and as you can see, she removed her reply. And she accused me of cussing. Yeah, and among other things, but I just took that one because that was like the top thing. I'm like, cussing? Where in this statement right here do you see me using a cuss word? Profanity. Do you not see it? This is what people do. How stupid is this chick, Cynthia Veloz? Really? This is what I'm dealing with. These people are fucking stupid, dumb as a box of fucking worse. Yeah. You see how they just make shit up? Cussing? I wasn't cussing her out. Yes, she got her fucking property seized. Why did she get her property seized? Why? What was going on back in 2002 through 2009? Do you know? Do you know the history of this fucking movement? Have you gone back and studied the trailblazers of the sovereign citizen movement? Did you go read and see what processes they were doing what years? No, you have not. I have. Okay? That's why it's all buffoonery. And I'm at the point now where, listen, if you're still fucking stuck on stupid, then you deserve everything you fucking get. If you waste your time, if you waste your money, if you wasted your energy, fuck you. You deserve it by now. If you didn't listen to me, and folks, the insanity is nuts. Insanity's fucking nuts, and I'm going to show you why it's nuts. Nope, wrong one. All right, this is my channel, The Fearless Floyd Show, right there. Boom, 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 boom. You see my flag? So I know how to self-govern. But just type Anna in here and look, man. Okay? It says 28 videos. Look at all these videos I did on Anna. Just one after another after another. How long have I been doing this shit? When was this one done? January 1st, 2025. It goes all the way back to May 6th, 2022. And that's not the first one. This is on the debit card. 2022, May 6th, 2022. I'll talk about the debit card that you were promised you were going to get, that you still, to this fucking day, do not have. Just like I told you last year. You're not getting a card in 2025. You will not have access to your funds that you deposited in Anna's fake ass bank in 2025, 2026. Hey, put your head between your legs, kiss your ass goodbye, because your money belongs to Anna Von Reitz and Hunter Akey. It's in a bank in Switzerland. Floyd, did you say that out loud, that the money is in a bank in Switzerland? How the fuck do you know that? Really? Let's get through Anna's bullshit here first. It's a bunch of bullshit. Yeah, I think we already went through that. I don't know, but let me just go show you just to make sure that you see it. Because this is the judgment. Yeah, we went through this because we were the judge's signature. Remember, I told you all how cute that was. Here we go. This is a Title 42, Section 1983. Somebody seeking $9,999,000 from Anna Von Reitz, citing a civil rights violation. And this is Paul Moss Reisenhoover. And he's in Taiwan, and he's proceeding pro se. And Anna is the defendant. Now trade named Anna Reitz, a successor governing authority, former municipal bond entity Anna von Reisinger, a successor governing authority to the former territorial citizen Anna von Reitz, and any permutations and combinations thereof, such also known as Anna von Reitzinger. And I believe I pulled this up. Yeah. And here is some of this information in here. And subject, sheriff's common law duty to provide security for all courts is limited to the court of record. And this just like, a gazillion freaking emails. And I went through, this is 252 pages, and I don't have time. I actually bought this. So it cost me $25 just for this document right here. Just to do this show. That right there, $25 you're looking at. So I don't know what all this is. It didn't last long. It got tossed out, but all these are emails. And I, like I said, this guy was ridiculed, of course. And I don't know whether his information's straight or not. Don't know. Don't have time to go look. Southern Poverty Law Center, SPLC, which is, nobody I'm fond of. But I don't know if y'all have ever read this. Interview with a Sovereign, Judge Anna's World. This is from 2017. It's about when she started blowing up. I'm going to read all this. If y'all haven't done y'all's history to who y'all follow, is she a fiduciary or a judge? She's neither. This is just, it's crazy. Let's see. We already went through that. We went through that. I think we went through this Facebook. We did. We went through that Facebook. We did. We went through that one, YouTube. We went through that YouTube. That's on the flags. And I just showed y'all all of that. And I didn't get to them. They're next. And that's an empty tab. Let me close that. And then that's that. So I think I've been through all of that. I have. Now, let me get over to see what's in here. Oh yeah, I already looked at those. And 24th. All right. I'm going to have to open up every one of these individually. Okay. Let me get back over here. All right. I got to kill some of these tabs, so give me a second. All right, there we go. Now it's a little bit smoother. Share screen. All right. This is from October 24th, 2024, 10:47 a.m. Global Family Group. So now we're going to get into the whole bank. Okay. So This imprint was last updated September 16th, 2024. Now, you're not going to find any one of these screenshots anymore. These are all screenshots, and I had to print them all out and scan them back into this. But the owner of this website is Global Family Group, located at 2525 North Loop West, Suite 125, United States. Admin at globalfamilygroup.com. Phone number 844-528-0528. Legal representative of Global Family Group is Hunter Toyofuku Aki. We are registered at Global Family Group Land Recording and Publishing System, Global Verify, under the license or registration number. We are not willing or obliged to participate in dispute resolutions procedures before Consumer Arbitration Board. Of course not. Let me make sure that I'm on the right page. Oh, let me get my happy ass out the way. Sorry about that. All right. The following information is mandatory according to German law. Now, I don't know why German law would apply in the United States of America, but here it is. You tell me. I don't know if you can answer that question. I got questions. Nobody's got answers. As you see, this is 2 of 2. And because I have a footer and a header, which you can barely see because of the scan, this is an official legal document. And you see I wrote on here, German. Why? German. What the hell's that got to do with anything? Right? All right, so it is clicking along with me, looks like. Yeah, thank God. All right. Again, international gateway for the world to Loveonomics. So apparently this works on some 528 hertz frequency. And you're not going to find these documents anymore. They took, after I did my investigation, they took all this shit off the internet or changed it dramatically. Why? They're hiding. What are they hiding? I don't know. You go find out. Send them your money, and then you can beg for it until you're destitute, living in a car, like some people who have contacted me after giving their life savings, everything they owned, into Anna's bank. If you want to contact it, here you go. Mission, globalfamilygroup.com. Mission. Page 3 of 3. There are 42 of these panels. International Gateway for the World of Loveonomics. Again, there's my header. This privacy statement was last changed September 16, 2024. Last checked on September 16, 2024. And applies to all citizens and legal permanent residents of what? The United States. Oh, so this applies to all U.S. citizens. So if you're an American state national, guess what? This does not apply to you. What? The privacy statement doesn't apply to us? Of course not. You didn't read the fine print, did you? Oh, Anna okey doked us, Floyd. What do you think about that? Well, I told you so. I told you. You got conned, got grifted, got scammed. Accept it. Move on. So here we go. And see, privacy statement. I went and read all the fine print. You didn't. And there's a reason, because it's page 205. So I'm showing you these documents so you will know that they are all genuine. They're in sequential order. Ain't no hanky-panky. Nobody's going to run around the facts here. We're going to tell you as it is. We're going to show you what you missed because you were too lazy. Page 3 of 5. I've got to go do it for you, but yeah, you want to call me a dipshit. You want to accuse me of things that I never said, never did. When I state my opinion, I get ridiculed. So here we go. Contacts Global Family Group at 2525 North Loop West, United States. There's their toll-free number. Page 4 of 5. Here we go. Here's 5 of 5. Five of 5. Just so you know. All right, let me knock out some of these tabs so I don't get overwhelmed again. I only got 42 to open up. That's all, Floyd. Next up is, what do we have here? American Federation dollar. And here is the seal. This is American Federation dollar, the Global Family International Trade Bank. And as you see, gold bars. Gold. There's gold in them damn hills. The Global Family International Trade Bank. Next up is the Global Family Group, consciously exploring and reasoning or resonating pure love, harmony with something, creation, creating a paradigm shift in harmony with creation for 8 billion precious people. Oh yeah, you're precious, all right. Because if you're all worth $1, oh, guess how much we're fucking incorporating into the bank through fraud? 8 billion. Oh, and if you've got more and you want to send us your life savings, because we're going to give you 2 for 1, baby. It's 2 for 1 all day long. Or did they say 3 for 1? Gold standard, American Federation, gold backed. So the gold ratio, 1 to 100. Actually, that's the wrong font or typeset. Anyway, American Federation dollar is $1. It equals $180. Wow. Who could refuse that? Who could refuse a $5 American Federation dollar that would equate to 900 US dollars? That must be like a $5 gold coin. But a $10 American Federation dollar, which is gold backed, not to be confused with gold infused polymer notes, which means that there's actually gold dust or gold leaf in the actual polymer. So it actually contains real gold that you could melt down and recover. But Anna's notes are just gold color. There is no physical gold in these American Federation dollars. So for $50, send us $50 and we're going to give you $9,000. Who the fuck has those odds? No wonder y'all were hoodwinked into giving all your money. Who wouldn't take that offer? 50 to 100. I don't blame you. But you did, and guess what? It's all gone. Next up, we have, I'm sorry, you can hardly read these, gift. Actually, For those that are more difficult to read, let me go here and actually get the copy. Gift. Can I turn this? Anyway, all this text right here says global InstaPay financial telecommunication systems. GIFT is the first global secure 528 hertz transparent financial telecommunication systems connecting to your payments worldwide. The global family group prepaid prosperity distribution of prepaid credit to reach 8 billion precious people. You got your card yet? Didn't think so. Next up, we have, and I'll be here next year. In December 2026, telling you the same thing, asking the same question. Do you have your card yet? Next up, we have the global InstaPay right here, right? And then if you can figure out this little diagram and put this shit together where it actually means something or is functional, man, would you please send me that? Because this is nothing but a bunch of mumbo fucking jumbo to confuse you further. Are you confused yet? Oh, yeah, you were confused as soon as you put your first dollar in there. You didn't want to listen to Floyd. All right, this is another one, Global Family Bank International Trade. It doesn't say anything on it. The next one, status correction. To correct your status, go to Global Family Group, International Lawful Land and Soil Recording and Publishing System for the World. Why didn't you just put recording office? They want to make it complicated. They want you to remember all this shit, so you're just like overloaded with information. You're confused. You don't really understand what's what and who's who and what governs what. And, you know, you're just like, okay. Oh, I need to do this. Okay. Yeah, that's all kind of self-governance, isn't it? 528 strategy and harmony with creation. So up here we have a credit union, which is the Global Family. Doesn't have anything. Credit union. It's the credit union seal or symbol, logo. This one's the International Trade Bank. This one is the Global Family. I think that says Community Bank, Commerce Bank. That's the Commerce Bank. International Trade Bank. So what this says, the official announcement of the United States of America, unincorporated, Federation Reserve, Federation Treasury, circulation of American Federation dollar, gold backed. Right? You know what that says right there? So next up, number 19, Global Trust, Global Family Group, Global Financial Trust Management Group. You see how they have all these different names? Those are liabilities. These are all to throw you off, to get you confused on the paper trail to lead back to the bank or to Hunter and Anna. Greetings, precious people. Reflection, humility, and gratitude, consciously realizing the intrinsic value of Global 528 Hertz, resonating safety vault gateway to leave evilnomics and be loved and welcome to the land of Loveonomics for the first time in human history. Never been done before. Wow. Never been done before. How do they know that? Isn't human history goes back like 14,000 years? Huh. All right. Well, never been done before. Global Safety Vault Gateway is the only gateway on the entire planet that is resonating in harmony with creation in the United States of America Unincorporated Federation, whatever that is, providing, caring, and protecting the masses from evilnomic collapse, allowing a one-to-one USD to AFD exchange. Without Global Safety Vault Gateway exchange is 1 USD to 1 penny. So here's the exchange on the gold standard. So if you have 1,000 American Federation dollars, That equates to almost above $250,000. So who wouldn't take $1,000 in their savings and invest it and hoping to get $250,000 back just by depositing the money? Holy shit, I'm in, right? Global Safety Vault Exchange. You put in another $1,000 and the exchange is one, so you get 1,000 American Federation dollars. I don't know what these three different things are. Don't really care. But 1,000 US dollars at the exchange rate equals $4.27 of American Federation dollars. Are you confused yet? Good. You're supposed to be confused. That's why they did this. Our Federation of States has issued a new gold-backed currency, the American Federation dollar, which will be available via denomination and begin trading at 1/100th times 10th of an ounce of 99.9 pure gold. The United States dollar, silver dollar, will continue to be issued and honored, as well as other coinage on order at the United States Mint. Attention, paradigm shift. This is not investing. This is safety vaulting for caring for the masses from evilnomic collapse. Living, love, and loving life, grateful to resonate consciously in harmony with creation, your Loveonomics family support team. I know, just sounds all great, doesn't it? Next up, we have Operation Safety Vault. Ooh, that sounds secretive, special. Let's go see how special it really is. Global 528 Stored Safety Vault, FSSV strategy. So it is the, I don't know what FSSV stands for, because that doesn't make any sense. Federation Stored Safety Vault, because Global 528 Hertz Stored Safety Vault right here does not equate to an acronym of FSSV. Oh, can you figure that out? I can't either. See, this is what I mean. It's there to confuse you. But down here we have Global Family Group Enterprises, LLC, right here. And what's the address? 2525 North Loop West, Suite 125, Houston, Texas 77008. So, Global System 1. Are you confused yet? Global System 1. So the Global Financial Trust Management Group, De facto Bank, Citibank, PNC Bank, and then the Global System 2, which is the American Federation dollars for the United States of America Incorporated, American Federation dollar, AFD, FRN, so that's Federal Reserve Note equivalents, conversion to gold or silver. So since silver is now, silver is at $78.44 an ounce. It was at $82 when I started the broadcast. So I keep stating the address because it's going to be very important here in a minute. American Federation dollar. Next page. Our Federation of States, okay, has issued a new gold-backed currency, the American Federation dollar. Now, I want you to understand that Anna states that she has no association with this federation or with the American Federation dollar because it all belongs to the Global Family Bank, yet for some reason the Federation of States has issued it. So where did the Federation of States get its gold to back this gold-backed currency? You see what it says? 1/100th of an ounce of 99% pure gold. And there's your funny money. Did you get some Christmas presents with that money this year? Did you go out to Target, Walmart, your local mall, and give them American Federation dollars, and they went, "Holy shit, look at that. You're fucking rich. God damn, you're a gazillionaire." Nope. So what we right here, here's your prosperity debit card. Y'all got one of those? Here's your American Federation bucks, right? So right here we have the Federal Reserve note, and then we have USD, Euro, GBP, and then we have the USD, CAD, whatever the hell that stands for. And then next up, I know this is just like overwhelming, right? And I listen, folks, I had to go read all this shit, and I wasn't even involved. I just went and did this investigation. Oh my God, these people are really sending this fucking evil con woman their money, their life savings. Why are people calling me, living in their cars, asking me if I know any type of recourse or remedy where they can recover their funds? Because the more questions they ask, the further they get pushed out of the group, eventually where they are no longer functioning in the group and they are completely castigated, outcast, and no longer have access to the bank or to the American Federation or a state assembly. Wow, that almost sounds like theft, fraud. So here you go. Leave evil, economics. You can leave evil, the debt slavery system, and you can put it all over here and you can be prosperous, allegedly. Now we're going to move on to the illustrious, infamous, never before seen, the prosperity card. Prepaid 528's prosperity card distributed in AFD, status correction required to open an account. So that's coercion. Status correction. To correct your status, go to Global Family Group, International Lawful and Land, Soil Recording and Publishing System for the world. $27. And this is the same thing, the credit union, Commerce Bank, Trade Bank, official announcement of all this stuff. The circulation. So obviously currency is flowing, cash flow. Ding, 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 ding. Do you have yours? Is it spendable? Is there any place that you can actually, let me, hang on. Floyd, back that ass up. Where'd you go, nigga? Come here. All right, here we go. Let me blow this up for you. I need it like super, super freaking big. Like this big. What does that say? 77008. TEXAS. H-Town, baby. Uh-oh, where are we at? We are Suite 125, 2525 North Loop West. And what is that bank? The International Trade Bank. Oh, let's reduce that so you can see it yourself. There you go, International Trade Bank. Now, let's blow that ass up. Blow that ass up, Floyd. Come on. Don't be shy. Yeah, it won't let me Whoops, too much. Where's the little slider at? There we go. The bank officer is Arturo Coronel. He's the segundo copyright symbol. All rights reserved. So Arturo Coronel is over the International Trade Bank, right? Isn't that what that says? Come on. Don't read it and weep. Just read it. You can weep later when you get your pillow together. You and your pillow can where. And you can be sure and give it a big old fat kiss, because that would be your money. Yeah, out in the wild yonder. All right, here's here. Oh, Global Instapay. Oh, here's that little diagram again that I can't make heads or tails out of. And I don't know why it skipped a page, but it sure skipped the wrong page. Maybe I missed it. There it is. Ha, see? Wouldn't miss it for the world. So what does this say? Banking prosperity system. Anna Maria Reisinger, fiduciary, United States of America. Hunter Toyofuko Aki, with 2 I's, I don't know why. Global founder visionary. International Trading Bank Charter 5-28-2021, the first and only global 528 unified lawful blue dot prepaid prosperity system. Blue dots. Is that like a Walmart card? Universal Bank Treaty 722-2021. There are all the logos for those specific facilities. 29. And this is, if you can figure out what this is right here, because you've got this, which just looks like some buildings or some geometrical shapes. This is small cell. I have no idea what this is. It says UE. Below that says UE. Next to that says RRU, and it's some kind of antenna that's exporting signals, not receiving signals. And then that says FHG, that says CAS, that says BBU. This down here says BBU. This says DCSG. Up here, this is CNT. This is VOLT. That is CORD. And this goes to this thing, which is the aggregation router. Then it goes over here to the Metro network, the Edge network, the Core network. And then this is the Edge router. This is the Core router. So if you can figure out what any of this shit right here, this mumbo fucking jumbo, and put it together where it radiates some kind of 528 megahertz frequency, I'd love to see that diagram. Can you send me an electrical engineering schematic? Because I do know an electrical engineer named Sabrina Wallace. I'll send it over to her and have her analyze it for me and make sure that it actually functions. Next up, we have private member wealth planning. Now, don't you want those 2 illustrious people right there, Anna Von Reitz, who is a fiduciary, who just lost a $1 million tax lien, who just had her property seized, who is having her wages garnished, who's having her bank accounts seized? Yeah, I can get into that. I haven't shown it to you yet, but yeah, they went in with a writ of garnishment and hit up one of her financial accounts for $9,000. She also had some other foreign currency in that account. Yep. Mr. Applewhite is not fucking playing. So here, you can listen to this mumbo jumbo about how they're going to manage your wealth, and they're going to do a stellar job because they're such a outstanding fiduciary for estates and finances for who? The beneficiary. And who's the beneficiary? Apparently, you are allegedly going to be the beneficiary of this. You're going to be the grantor, the beneficiary. Your trustee and executor is going to be who? Global Family Bank, right? Global Financial Trust Management Group. Basically, a family office. $31. Global Financial Trust Management Group Trustee Services. This is what all they offer. If you can digest this. And hey, listen, if you have a shit ton of fucking money you want to give away, by all means, knock yourself out. Anna and Hunter are just readily awaiting you to deposit your hard-earned money into their bank so they can import it over to Switzerland, and you will never see it again. And they're going to give you some plastic, funny fucking monopoly money called an American Federation dollar that you're going to like be holding going, who the fuck accepts these? Yeah, take them to the Treasury. Take them to a Fed window. Take them to the U.S. Mint. Take them to any financial institution existing and licensed by the SEC and Federal Trade Commission and the U.S. Treasury to do business in the United States. And they're going to laugh and laugh and laugh some more. You don't believe me? Just call Charles Schwab, Merrill Lynch, any financial institution that does investing. Call a family office. Just send them a picture of it and go, here, what can you do with this? I'm like, what the fuck is that? Oh, that's American Federation dollar. You don't know about those? They're gold backed. Oh, well, where's the gold? And we'll get into that answer very shortly. Corporate management services. So wouldn't you want these people to manage your corporation with all those skills they have? Let me kill some of these tabs again. Corporate management services, and this tells you everything that they're allegedly going to do for you. And basically, this is just a family office. That's all this is. Of course, last page, 3 of 3, just so you know I didn't short you. I know you're over there looking at, oh, Floyd, that was 2 of 3. Where's 3 of 3? Concierge advisory services. Of course, you want to take advice from somebody who just gets their brains beat out, right? A plethora. I know you guys are getting catered to. I mean, I'm sure y'all have got DoorDash and Uber Eats and all those other home delivery meals just like feeding you left and right, right? And using that prosperity card, just, you know, you don't even have to go to the grocery store anymore. You're just ordering everything online. It's just being delivered, right? Isn't that how you're living? You don't even have to own a car. You just Uber and Lyft everywhere, right? Because it's all prepaid. There's 1 of 2, or 2 of 2, rather. And 38. So we're getting down to the nitty gritty titties. Structures and products. So structures based on international finance centers may be used by any corporation or private individual involved in international business or prosperity and who is prepared to transfer ownership of assets overseas in order to protect wealth. Did you just hear me? You got to be prepared to transfer ownership of assets overseas in order to protect your wealth. Fear. You don't think the United States of America reaches out in other countries and taxes their own citizens? Better talk to a tax specialist. Better go find out before you fuck around, play stupid games, and win stupid prizes like a Bureau of Prisons 48-month sentence that you probably cannot afford to do. Of course, offers its private beneficiaries, because you know how Anna treats her beneficiaries, right? And roll it up on number 40 of 42 slides. Page 3 of 3. 41 of 42, and this is fund administration. Global Financial Trust Management Group can assist prosperity and fund managers and other professional advisors in the formation of tax-effective collective prosperity entities in a number of jurisdictions. Hold on. Tax-effective? Why are we even talking about taxes? We can also provide independent fund administration services for mutual funds and other prosperity holding entities. We offer a number of jurisdictions for collectively prosperity structures. We take an objective and independent approach to the evaluation of alternative jurisdictions. Some jurisdictions are better suited to the private or professional sector, whereas others may be more suitable for publicly subscribed sectors. Confused? For some prosperity structures, access to a tax treaty network may be critical to the economic success of the prosperity fund. In most other cases, simplicity of an administration may be the primary consideration. And last but not least, number 42. And further following up on what all they provide. 2 of 2. Now, give me a second. Let me clear out all these tabs. Whoops. And I am back. All right. Let's see what else did I have up my sleeve over here. And I believe I'm going to do this one, right? Okay. Now, you remember I kept telling you folks about the International Global Family Trade Bank, right? At 2525 North Loop West, Suite 125, Houston, Texas. Did I not? Okay. Again, here we go. I have the header. This is from the Texas Secretary of State, and this is for Colonel Financial Services, LLC, located at 2525 North Loop West, Suite 125, Houston, Texas, 77008. And who is the who's the entity? Arturo S. Coronel. I guess the S stands for Segundo. And if you'd like to go knock on his door at his residence, he lives at 19418 Brittany Creek Drive in Spring, Texas, 77388. There's the footer. So, whew. No bullshit, Floyd. Right? No bullshit. Floyd, what is that, dude? What do you got there? Global Family Bank, International Trade Bank. Right? Right? Guy's name. You sure this isn't a bank? You don't know anything about a bank? Okay. I'll just wait till he gets off the phone. Wow. All right. Yeah, that's the name that's on there. Arturo. That's what I was trying to remember. Yeah, he's like the bank. Represent. Oh, you don't know anything about it? All right. Yeah, I remember that name. $2525 North Loop West Suite 125, Houston, Texas 77008. Yeah. I'm in the right place. That's odd.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I think it's
Now, on the audio, I apologize that it's a little inconsistent or hard to hear. This is a 18-minute undercover video that I did at Colonel Financial Services at 2525 North Loop West Suite 125. The gentleman you see sitting here holding my phone, I'm using one of my Bluetooth wireless microphones, and I have it inside my shirt. So it's a little muffled because, again, I'm undercover. Now, I'm talking to the receptionist, and this is on the first floor right by a door. And Arturo's in his office talking on his phone. And I showed up like at 4:57 on a Friday afternoon, and they closed at 5 p.m. So like 3 minutes to closing, I show up and I'm doing this video. So listen to the questions I ask Arturo. Now, given I tell him who I am, I introduce myself as Floyd. I did not hide anything. And I played dumb. So I know the answers to all these questions that I'm asking before I even ask them. That's why I'm asking them. So as you'll listen carefully and understand the context. that I'm playing dumb, trying to elicit as much information as I can without revealing my hand that, hey, I'm Anna von Reitz's arch nemesis.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, I'm looking for Global Family Bank. Is that in the building?
No, this is the accounting firm that we handle global. I have a lot of clients that they use my address. What
Okay.
do you specifically need?
I thought this was the bank. I was going to invest in Anna's bank, and I would wanted to come see the bank for myself.
It is a financial institution, but it's not a physical address of that.
Where's the actual physical institution?
Probably in California.
Probably in California? What do you mean probably?
It's in California.
Oh, it is? Oh, where in California? Can I go look at it?
I don't think so. It's
What do you mean? No, I don't think so.
well, if you're looking for a physical bank, you're not going to find a physical.
Okay.
That's what you're looking for.
Well, who's holding the funds?
Global.
Where?
Somewhere in there, they have some banks, institutions that they put the money in there. People that are putting the money.
So they're using third-party banks to retain the funds for the investors into the Global Family Bank?
I believe it's a trust. There's your, if that is your concern.
Well, I just want to be able to talk to somebody that has physical custody of the money before I invest, substantial sums, because I heard people are getting pretty good returns on this.
Well,
So I traveled to Houston to come to here. I'm late because of traffic.
okay, where is that? Where you come?
I'm coming from Dallas.
Oh, okay. Like a 4-hour drive. Maybe
There was some stuff going on up in Huntsville area. So yeah, it was a trek for sure. Oh, your daughter? Is this your daughter? U of H? Okay. All right. Yeah, my daughter's getting her PhD at SMU.
Oh,
Yeah, she's a remarkable young woman. Very proud of her.
I saw last night that they use my hand.
Okay. So you're the CPA for the Global Family Bank?
I'm associated with them, yeah. Basically, I get the information from them.
Huh?
People send me from the government, from the state, and all that, and forward to them.
Or to who's them?
To the global.
Okay.
Global entity.
Okay. So
Yeah.
basically you're just like a third party intermediary between like me, the outside client, and Global Family?
I only talk to my clients. I don't
Okay.
normally talk to anybody that is not a client of mine.
Personal client through this company, Colonel Financial Services?
That's what I do.
Okay. So you don't talk to anybody from Global Family Bank that are clients to the
No, they never.
oh,
They do everything
through Anna. Yeah.
Anna and
Well, through the website, your address is on here, so that's why I came here. I was expecting to actually see a physical bank.
no. I know they're working on that, getting banks all over.
Okay, brick and mortar.
And extend them.
Okay.
Are you familiar with them, what they're doing as far as moving the money from the US dollars into another currency? American Federation.
Well, I understand that with foreign currency.
This is American Federation dollar.
Right.
The dollar is not big.
There's no gold in the actual instrument itself, just its gold back.
It's the gold back.
Okay. Well, where's the gold at?
They're all over the world.
Gold all over the world.
Yeah, they have access to those full assets.
Okay, I'm really not understanding the whole concept behind it. So basically, what I understand you just said is that they're issuing the Federation notes.
No, not Federation. the American dollar, the Federal Reserve knows.
Right, yeah, that's fiat currency.
That's fiat currency.
Right.
Becoming worthless.
Yes.
They're coming up with a new currency, which is the American Federation dollar, which is gold backed currency.
That is from the global family? Right. So
With Anna and all those people.
right. So that instrument, okay, that's security.
Yeah.
So it's
Well, it's going to be actual currency.
yeah. But it's gold backed. It doesn't have gold incorporated into the actual polymer note.
No, it's gold backed.
Okay, you know what I'm talking about,
I know
though.
why that's so much.
Okay,
When you think,
that's what I was asking whether because basically even if it's gold backed, it's still fiat currency.
No, because you have the gold backed currency.
Well, you don't have gold in your hand. Gold somewhere else, just like you said, it's all over the world. Yeah. Okay, that's still fiat currency, even though it's gold backed.
Yeah, it is gold.
But that's still classified as fiat currency because
No, because
I can hold on, where can I go redeem that for gold or even another currency?
Once they announce it, what I know, once they announce it, it becomes legal tender. So you can redeem it. That's what
When who announces it?
another the
So where's this currency going to be accepted? Because
once they do that, it's going to be accepted everywhere, like any other currency in the world.
so you're telling me that the Anna's currency from the Global Family Bank is going to be the standard reserve currency in the United States of America.
Of the United States of America, unincorporated. Remember,
Okay,
United States
yeah.
of America is incorporated.
I'm trying to keep it simple without getting into all the real minutia of the technicalities.
But that's what's going to happen. How long it's going to happen, I have no idea, but I know it's getting very, very.
So she has an approval from the Treasury to do this, from federal government?
She doesn't need no. Totally different government. Totally independent, unincorporated.
You just heard him say she. Hunter, I mean, he could be a she, he, she, I doubt it, but he's talking about Anna.
Okay.
It's a real federal government, not the one that.
I'm familiar with all the other general assemblies and assemblies that are all claiming the same thing. And you got Lieutenant Colonel Sandy Merrick out there with her whole thing. So yeah, I'm very familiar with what's going on.
That was you, and I would follow.
Okay.
That was you.
Okay.
Follow up and wait and see what happens. It's going to happen very soon.
Or the political world economics or with Anna. Okay. Oh, the money? Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Gonna have to. until I can go to a physical bank, okay, and take one of those and go, okay, I know I gave you some Federal Reserve notes and you gave me this and you tell me it's gold back. Here, I got enough of it where I can get a gold bar.
Once that happens, then
Okay.
I would do that. I would wait.
Okay.
I'm waiting for myself.
Oh,
So
there you go.
A lot of people say that.
Okay.
Also one of them.
Well, if you're skeptical, why would you put, so you're getting paid for her to use your address here at the Global Family Bank?
No, I mean, I have a lot of clients that they use my address for many
Right. Well, one of them would be Global Family Bank because on the website it has, you're just doing it out of grace?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, you say clients, so.
Well, I mean, the rest of my clients.
Okay. I'm just trying to keep the separation
Yes.
for understanding.
People
Okay.
from the U.S., Mexico, Venezuela, Colombia, Central America.
Right. Yeah.
A little bit.
North America,
Yes.
Central and South America. Okay.
That's why I would do it. That you don't feel that I'm dealing with that.
Okay. So from your understanding, the banks in California, you don't know which city, you don't even know it's a physical bank.
It's not a physical bank yet.
Right.
They're working on that as we speak. I know they're working on getting the brick and mortar building.
Okay. So
Across the U.S.
all right. So what exists in California? Nothing?
There's nothing there.
Okay.
There's like another place.
Okay. I must have misunderstood you at the beginning.
Anna, she's in Alaska. That's what
She has a place here in Texas as well.
she was. I have not kept up with her, but I think she was looking into over up in the ocean area.
She has a place up there. I've also been to her house.
Oh, okay.
There you go. If you watch her videos, sometimes she's out of place because she's not dressed for what's going on in Alaska at that time.
Yeah.
She's dressed for what's going on in Texas at this time. So she's in Texas, not Alaska. So yeah, you have to keep your eye on Anna. She's a sly fox for sure.
But yeah, I mean, I know it's gonna happen. I mean, I can imagine.
Okay. What makes you so positive it's going to happen?
Because I see that nothing is coming, going back and forth. So I know. Very close to making that public notice announcement.
Okay.
That's what's gonna.
But she's made tons of public notice announcements.
Yeah, you're right. But
You know?
It's a real one. That's looking about currency. Everybody's going away from the dollar. When she made that announcement, I think everybody wants to come back to the dollar.
Well,
That's the way.
they are coming back to BRICS.
Yeah.
I'll explain to you about BRICS. If the Democrats had won, BRICS would have, they would have dumped all their U.S. reserves
Yeah.
immediately. Well, they know that you're going to get 4 more years of the same shit we just went through the last 4 years, where they're going to spend another $7 to $14 trillion and get away with it,
Right.
and incur more liabilities on the mortgage, the housing, on and on and on. And then obviously it's going to expenditure for the United States government the next decade beyond the defense budget.
Yeah.
Most people don't know that. So if we continue to eat the same way, it's going to get worse, worse, worse. So it's just a big thing. So
Yeah.
since President Trump won the presidency, that BRICS has they're slowed down because now they know they're going to come back with some fiscal responsibility.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, a friend of mine just got nominated to work with RFK for Making America Health Again. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Anna's been talking with Trump.
Okay.
Trump knows what's going on.
Okay.
Everything's going to come out.
All right. Awesome. Well, good. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name's Floyd. Yeah. Floyd.
Floyd.
Yeah.
Well, Arturo.
Arturo. Good to meet you, man. All right, man. You have a great weekend. Be careful. Congratulations to your daughter for graduating. You're welcome. And there you have it, folks. Oh, okay. That's where it came out of.
$25 North Loop West, Suite 125, Houston, Texas 77008. That location is literally like less than 2 miles from the bank that I found originally back when I was in the Texas State Assembly. Square business. Yep. I mean, right down the feeder. When I was driving to it, I didn't know where it was located on North Loop West. And when I went, I was like, holy shit, this is like, I mean, I could walk to the other bank. That's how close it was. I can't explain how things happen, folks, but things happen like that. So as any sane fiscal person would do who's going to invest their life savings with somebody, a bank, wouldn't you want to go see that the bank actually exists, that there might be a huge vault where they have deposits, they have a functioning system? But you guys just relied on your state coordinator and your recording secretaries and all the cheerleaders going rah, 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 invest, invest, invest. This is the way. This is the way. Anna's the queen. James is the president. And we're going to take over the world. How y'all feeling today? Because I know you're not tuned in. You tuned out. You don't want to hear the truth. Problem is, the majority of the people that are going to watch this video or even listen to it, just turn it on and listen, going to be very few. But the information is overwhelming, and it's not me giving it to you. You just heard their own words. You just heard what the CFO, the Chief Financial Officer for the Global Family Bank, the Global Family International Trade Bank, whatever the hell they call. I don't even try to keep up with all of it because it's just bullshit. It's trash. It's rubbish. If you follow Anna Von Wright, you know she just got kicked out of her house. Now she's surfing somebody's couch or spare bedroom. Wah, wah, wah. Well, didn't I just tell you that the government, let me pull up hers. Nope, that's his. That's hers. Where'd that document go? Maybe it's over here in Firefox. Fake bank. This one. Yep. Are y'all seeing this? No, you're not. So let me move that. Stop screen. Get you a new share. What does that say? Daniel A. Applegate, trial attorney, U.S. Department of Justice. Didn't I give you all his information before? In the United States District Court for the District of Alaska, we have moved jurisdictions. We're no longer in Wisconsin. We're in Alaska. Please note, we were in a different case, another civil suit. This is against Revolut Technologies, Inc., the garnishee. I don't know who Revolution or Revolut Technology, Inc. is, but let's search and go find out. Revolut Technologies, no, is a U.S. arm of Revolut, a global financial technology fintech company providing digital banking, money transfers, currency exchange, stock trading, and budgeting tools through a mobile app. Known for its innovative platform and rapid growth in offering modern financial services worldwide, based in New York City, this entity handles technology and operations for Revolut's extensive customer base, focusing on secure, AI-driven financial management and expansion into various markets. What Revolut offers: digital accounts, free and premium personal business accounts for spending, saving, and budgeting, currency exchange, holding and trading multiple currencies at competitive rates, investing, commission-free stock and crypto trading, payments, easy peer-to-peer and international money transfers, security, advanced AI, power, fraud detection, and financial crime protection, key aspects, global presence, serves over 60 million customers in numerous countries. Innovation disrupts traditional banking with user-friendly app-based approach. U.S. operations: Revolut Technologies, Inc. manages the tech and services for the U.S. market with offices in New York. In essence, Revolut Technologies Incorporated is the backbone for Revolut's U.S. services, managing financial management simple and accessible through cutting-edge technology. Really? Okay. Oh, let me get my happy ass out the way. Sorry about that. Over here. Okay. Judgment, creditor, United States. Motion for disposition order to Revolut Technologies Incorporated. Judgment, creditor, the United States of America moves the court pursuant to Title 28 U.S.C. Section 3205C7 for disposition order directing the garnishee, Revolut Technologies Incorporated, to deliver garnished funds to the United States for application to the judgment debt of judgment debtor, and also known as the fiduciary for the United States or the United States unincorporated, depending on which document you're reading at the time. Anna M. Reisinger von Reitz, a.k.a. Anna Maria Reisinger, a.k.a. Anna M. Belcher. In support of this motion, the United States avers as follows. Number one, on June 5th, 2024, the court entered judgment in favor of the United States against Anna M. Reisinger von Reitz and aliases in the amount of $1,224,549.41 plus statutory interest and additions accruing after May 10th, 2024. The judgment is for federal income tax liabilities assessed against Anna M. Reisinger von Reitz, a.k.a. whatever, along with James C. Belcher, and accrued interest statutory limitation of tax years 2002 through 2009, which I already discussed. As of September 5th or 25th, 2025, the amount of the judgment debt is now $1,357,066.92 and growing. So it looks like it's about $100,000 every quarter. Number three, the court issued a writ of garnishment against Revolut on October 27, 2025, garnishing funds and accounts held by Anna. On number four, on October 30th, 2025, the United States served Revolut with the writ, along with the clerk's notice of a garnishment and a copy of the government's application for the writ, instructions to the garnishee, and an answer form, declaration of Daniel Applegate. On October 31st, 2025, the United States served Anna with its application for the writ itself, clerk's notice, and a form with instructions for Reisinger to claim exemptions, object to the garnishee's answer, or request a transfer of the proceeding. Number six, Revolut served an answer to the writ on November 10th, 2025. Revolut's answer states that as of November 5th, 2025, the garnished funds in accounts held by Anna M. Reisinger von Reitz, a.k.a. whatever, specifically an account ending in 2804, amounted to $9,661.49 US fucking dollars. 490 Great Britain pound, 430.51 euros, and $50 Australian dollars. And yet she's begging you for money, and yet she just got evicted. This is your fiduciary for the United States of America or the United States unincorporated, depending on which document you're reading or which alias she decides she wants to use. Number seven, no party has objected to Revolut's answer or raised any claim of exemption. Thus, under Title 28 U.S.C. Section 3205C7, Revolut should convert into United States dollars the funds held in foreign currencies in accounts held by Anna Reisinger, specifically an account ending in 2804, within 14 days of the court's order to create a cash distribution in United States dollars to the United States. The amounts after conversion should be paid to the United States within 21 days of the court's order. Number eight, the delivery of the funds shall be made by electronic payment through pay.gov at This is the URL, which can also be found by going to pay.gov, searching for DOJ DAOG/CDCS, and selecting the first search result. Here's the number for the case. Instructions may also be obtained by contacting the undersigned counsel, Mr. Applegate. Number 9, no party to this action related to the writ of garnishment against revolt is entitled to attorney fees or costs. Wherefore, the United States moves the court pursuant to Title 28 U.S.C. 3205C7 for the disposition order directing the garnishee, Revolt Technologies, Inc., to deliver to the United States within 21 days of the court's order all funds and accounts held by Anna, the fiduciary for the United States, Inc., United States unincorporated. I don't know. I'm confused. Are you? I thought so. For application to the judgment debt of Anna, Anna, identified in paragraphs 1 and 2, December 5th, 2025, signed by Daniel Applegate. Certificate of service, of course, if you want to know where Anna really lives, there you go. She lives on South Park Road. Who could fucking make that up, right? Are you in an episode of South Park and didn't know it? Oh. But there you go. That's filed. And this was the latest document filed into this particular case that's located in Pacer, which I covered earlier in the video. Now, there are numerous of these filings, and I didn't even open them up, and I'm sure they're all garnishments. But the reason I stayed on this one is because Revolut is basically an app, something similar to Wise. If you're familiar with Wise, it is an account you can deposit US dollar or any foreign currency that they handle and convert it over into other currencies. I currently have that set up in Wise, where I have holding foreign currencies. Absolutely. So that's what this is. And what they've done is they've accessed all these apps, and they went and found all these accounts belonging to Anna and James. And now they're going after Anna's assets. Now, I have to wonder why this woman who's been begging for so long has clearly accepted funds for hundreds of people. And in my estimate, in the millions of dollars, which I think is one of the bigger scams. And listen, folks, his name, I want to get this correct. I don't want to massacre somebody's name because he's African. And let me go show my screen because remember, I don't make shit up. And you're more than welcome to call him. He's in Africa. And he was in my Telegram room. And he posted, and I replied to him. I sent him a direct message. But this isn't what we first talked about. This is what it morphed into regarding, because we spoke at least once. See, there you go, cancel call. So we talked 23 minutes. But he originally contacted me regarding Anna. And I always tell you folks the truth about everything. I never shade anything. I either know or I don't know. There's no gray area with me. Because I spoke to this gentleman and he's in South Africa. And people are falling for the okie doke in South Africa with this state assembly bullshit. It's South Africa. I'm like, fuck, it's over there too? Apparently this shit's worldwide. 8 billion precious people. You don't have to listen to anything I have to say. Just look, follow the facts, follow the track record. In fact, let's go see what a track record actually looks like. My happy ass off here for you. Y'all familiar with this? Courtlistener.com. Search millions of legal decisions by case name, topic, or citation. 470 jurisdictions, sponsored by the nonprofit Free Law Project. Floyd, dude, don't push that button. "25 opinions that say published." Okay, I didn't click that button. Unpublished, 0. Da-da-da-da-da. Want to know how I earned the name Fearless Floyd? Because I'm suing Brad Livingston, the executive director, the director, a lieutenant, a correctional officer, the assistant warden, the regional grievance investigator. Texas Department of Criminal Justice, Texas Department of Criminal Justice, Texas Department of Criminal Justice. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. This one, Tarbin versus Stevens. You know, there I am. I'm cited in the Supreme Court case law right there, baby. Although it's a blanket opinion, denied without written order. But getting there was quite the adventure, and I got there. So, yeah. I can say I litigated all the way to the United States Supreme Court. So there's my bona fides right there for you guys. But let's see if, nope. Nah, I was just checking something out. But anyway, there you go. Is there anything that I have left on the table with Anna Banana? I don't think so. So let's go over this video real quick. This is a neat little thing you can do with with YouTube, where you can go over here and you can pull up the transcripts. So you can see exactly what I said when I said it. And you remember in this previous video that I did with Arturo, where I state that the United States government was going to spend $7 to $14 trillion in the next administration. Remember that. So we have another 3 years. We're already at, God, I think somebody estimated we're at 40 trillion the other day already. So that's 4 trillion because we were at 36. So anyway, you can go over here and read this, and you can see everything that I called out last year, and I'm calling it all out again this year. No change, no improvement. And y'all can go watch this video. And of course, you know, it's only got 716 views, which, you know, is what it is. People are stuck on stupid. It's insane. I don't get it. But they are. So, I don't know, I'm rolling. That's 3.5 hours with just Anavon. Right? It was incredibly wrong. A lot. All right. Let's see. Let me jump through this guy real quick and this won't take long. Christopher Allen Hauser, which you see has 110,000 subscribers. So 110,000, you poor people. Exposing the truth behind the Tennessee Supreme Court ruling, fraud, and conditional acceptances. So Chris is still stuck on stupid. Now, you can roll over here to YouTube and just type in Tennessee Supreme Court Hauser. And it's going to pop up all the cases. This is the last one he just did for his state writ of habeas corpus, which we're going to go into. And then a little bit further down, which we're going to show all these. This is the other one. This is Tennessee Supreme Court. So this was his one previous to this latest one. This is when he appealed the Tennessee Court of Criminal Appeals decision, which was not that one. Where'd it go? Must be at the top. Ah, there it is. No, that's 1 month ago. 3 years ago. That's the Supreme Court. Where's the Court of Criminal Appeals one? I have it already pulled up. So anyway, it's in here. You can find it. Not hard to find. Just go to the Tennessee courts. And as you know, I'm not subscribed. But right here, this is the Court of Criminal Appeals of Tennessee panel of judges in the state of Tennessee versus Ronald Lyons, James Michael Usinger, Lee Harold Cromwell, Austin Gary Cooper, and Christopher Allen Hauser. It's had 10,790 views since January 13th, 2021. Key moments: sentencing of Mr. Lyons, legal efficacy, value statement, financing statement, victims, no intent to defraud, rebuttal. Now, I want you to look for a key word in here, jurisdiction. So jurisdiction is a defect that can be brought up at any stage of the proceeding, pre-trial, trial, post-trial, on the appellate level, on the post-conviction level, or once all legal remedies have been exhausted, you can come back at any time claiming a judicial error, judicial defect. So, boom, here what we're talking about. Do you see anything in here about jurisdiction? No. We're going to get into more of these videos, but on this one, the Tennessee Court of Criminal Appeals issued its ruling about a year later and upheld the trial court decision, and Chris appealed it to the Tennessee Supreme Court. In this video, and Tennessee is very generous with their courts, and you see this one has 40,000 views, and it was streamed on April 6th, 2022. And again, the key moments: Emma Ray Tennant. If you don't know who Emma Ray Tennant is, she is Christopher Allen Hauser's court-appointed appeal attorney in the direct appeal to the Tennessee Court of Criminal Appeals, as well as her further presentation of the appeal of the Tennessee CCA, that's short for Court of Criminal Appeals, upholding the lower court decision. So you can go watch this video. I've already watched them. Here's the transcripts. You can pop these up, and guess what word you're not going to hear uttered out of this lady's mouth? Chris's defense counsel. The word jurisdiction. It never got challenged, ever, on direct appeal. So, I don't know what the guidelines are in the Tennessee Court of Criminal Procedure, but I know in Texas, the next step after you do a direct appeal, and I don't know if he filed a motion for en banc rehearing, which means the entire Tennessee Supreme Court to hear the matter, because I believe there were only 3 judges in the Supreme Court. I believe it was a 3-judge panel. So anyway, there you go. And this right here, which has 7,000 views, this was published last month on November 12th, 2025. And, you know, God bless poor Chris Hauser.
Submitted by Lee Cromwell requesting severance because Cheryl Blackburn sent a notice to this court that she wasn't going to look at ours because we were 1 day late. And in that document, she admits that she's 9 months late reviewing it, and that we didn't file in a timely manner, but Lee Cromwell did. Even if this shenanigans in the Postal Service, and there is an ongoing investigation with the United States Postal Service Office of Inspector General on this matter. I haven't heard the results of it yet, but this isn't right. What happened? We should, even if it wasn't, say it was a month late, it still should have been considered as an amendment to Lee Cromwell's, because we can't be severed. You can't sever after the conviction, according to Rule 14.
Remind me again who Lee Cromwell is.
Lee Cromwell he was involved during this time. He was involved in a vehicular homicide in East Tennessee. The accelerator pedal was frayed on the truck. He put it in reverse, ran over somebody, and killed him. He did what we did. All we did was mail contracts to people that they acquiesced to because they didn't rebut the contract. That's where this comes in at. Now, we didn't file any liens. We took the UCC-1 filings and we sent them to the United States Treasury. The United States Treasury filed the liens. They used the IRS to collect the money. The IRS hit me with the frivolous filing twice. I beat it in court. I beat the IRS in court. And that was based on my ex-wife's bankruptcy. Tennessee said we had no legal basis to do what we did. The federal government agrees with us. The IRS, the tax court, and the Treasury all agree that we had genuine filings. The federal court in Greenville, my ex-wife came and testified against me. She said she had no debt with me. And then she did that at the trial in April of 18. By December of 18, she was filing the $4 million debt in bankruptcy. Okay? And by doing that, Title 11, United States Code, Section 532, subsection A2, says, of the section where bar discharge only where bankrupt has actual knowledge of falsity of the statement or reckless disregard for the truth. She testified that she had no debt with me, took it to bankruptcy, scheduled it, the federal court discharged it. Only provable debts can be discharged in bankruptcy. You cannot take a fraudulent debt into bankruptcy and have it discharged. The judgment, I'm going to move on to the judgment orders. Judgment orders, I'm sure you're all familiar with. Judgment orders happen after the judge does the sentencing. Section 12. Since the judgment orders cannot be corrected per rule, the judgment orders are void. See also Rule 12, B-E, or Bravo Echo, and Rule B-2 of the Tennessee Rules of Criminal Procedure. For that matter, the indictment from the grand juries were not signed respectively by the clerks. At the jury trial, I already explained this. According to that, that's Birmingham, Title 11, United States Code, Section 533, subsection A2. That's Birmingham Trust National Bank versus Case. Title 11, United States Code, see Section 50 or 532, Note 341, Paragraph 15. A bankrupt is just discharged from provable debt if they are scheduled, properly scheduled. Okay, my ex-wife testified in court that she had no debt with me. That's in the transcripts. Turned around 9 months later and scheduled this in bankruptcy. Why?
Apparently bankruptcy took it and it was provable debt. So hang on, I'm looking for something.
Where's the Sixth Amendment in that? To this day, Tennessee has yet to put a single piece of paper in my hand saying they had the right to do anything that they did. And they interfered with the obligation of our contract.
Before your time runs out, this is a post-conviction relief petition, and almost everything I've heard has to do with a direct appeal.
What did you say, Justice or Judge? Hold on. Back that ass up. Floyd, back up, baby. Okay.
And they interfered with the obligation of our contract.
Before your time runs out, this is
a post-conviction writ of habeas corpus, not a direct appeal. You've already exhausted your appellate issues. And you even failed to go to the United States Supreme Court with your appellate issues. You went directly to a writ of habeas corpus. Oh, you're just a brilliant legal statistician, aren't you, Chris? That's why.
Post-conviction relief petition, and almost everything I've heard has to do with a direct appeal. What post-conviction relief are you seeking, and what are you claiming entitles you to post-conviction relief?
All right. Let's see how smart Christopher Allen Hauser is and why he has 110,000 subscribers on YouTube, hanging on every word. Come on, Chris. Do your thing, baby.
We deserve post-conviction relief. Blackburn's gone. She's retired. We deserve to finally be heard. We've never been heard. If you take someone and you hold
on. Chris says he was never heard. I went back and I read his entire transcript on his direct appeal. Absolutely. And guess what Mr. Hauser did? Because he was part of a group titled the Knoxville Patriots, who did this UCC1 financing statement scam where anybody and everybody that they felt had slighted them, they filed a UCC1 lien against them, which at the Court of Criminal Appeals, if you saw one of those little headings, it talked about the victims. The victims were so numerous across the state of Tennessee and the counties of Tennessee that it would have shut down the complete machinations of the state during the trial. We're talking over 100 victims between all the defendants. Christopher Hauser paid $6,500 to, I think, Usinger to file these fraudulent liens. Now you hear Chris years later, he has no legal business operating in the court system because he has no fucking idea what the hell he's doing. He went and read a bunch of law and he's trying to apply it to his post-conviction writ of habeas corpus. Huh? You got one shot, bro, and this is how you spin it.
You hold them using unlawful force, that's kidnapping. I was sexually assaulted by a guard in Davidson County, and I reported it, and no cop ever came and took my testimony.
All right.
You understand where this is at? We deserve to be heard. We, the people, Article 1, Section 1.
They deserve to be heard. So while they were awaiting trial, there was an incident in Tennessee where the trial was being held. And the incident made national headlines. So Chris and his co-defendants, they didn't want to be prosecuted in that county because of the illusion that they were sovereign citizens. So they filed a motion to change venue, which means they wanted to be tried in an adjacent county or counties where there was no notoriety, because In their motion, the reason that they wanted to change a venue is because they were in of themselves sovereign citizens. I'm not making this up. And that due to the event that had just taken place right before their trial, that they were unable to attain a non-prejudicial jury who had already been inflamed by the incident of these other sovereign citizens.
One, have the right to abolish, reform, alter, or abolish the government in any manner we think proper. That's why I say I'm not here pro se.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hauser.
Thank you very much, and I hope you consider. Like I said, I'm only doing this because you guys have never heard that our due process was violated. Never heard it.
Trial objection. Oh, that didn't do that. Okay. Well, if your due process was violated, did you bring that up as a ground of error? Did you discuss this in this last, what? How long was this? Your 20-minute presentation? No. You talked about contracts and UCCs and whether your wife perjured herself on the stand, whether she committed bankruptcy fraud.
Now you have, and now we can go to the federal courts and do a 1983. Thank you very much for y'all's day.
Okay. General.
The reason I played that video, okay, because the entire time that Christopher Hauser was challenging his conviction for fraud and filing fraudulent UCC-1s, jurisdiction. There's actually a video in one of his catalog that, we're jurisdiction. And then he's actually in court on the front row with a little cane. He's wearing a shirt. I forget what the hell it said. While he's sitting there, while his legal counsel, his court-appointed direct appeal attorney is speaking for him. He's never been heard. You have ample opportunity to be heard. You could have got on the witness stand, and I believe you were, and you were heard. Then you had a chance on direct appeal. Nope. And you barked jurisdiction the whole time, and you never, your attorney, Ms. Tennant, never once mentioned the word jurisdiction during both presentations before the Tennessee Court of Criminal Appeals and the Tennessee Supreme Court, respectively. Now, the reason I bring it up is because, here he is challenging it. I told him a long time ago, hey, look, bro, suck it fucking up and call Fearless Floyd, and I'll tell you exactly what the fuck to do. Because you're up against a time game. It's called the 1-year equitable tolling under AEDPA, the Anti-Effective Death Penalty and Terrorist Act. Yeah, Bill Clinton signed that into law. So every day that you're not in court challenging your conviction, you lose a day of equitable tolling, and you only get 1 year, 365 days. And once that's gone, you lose all ability to file a federal writ of habeas corpus. But yet you see him say, thank you for your time. We're going to go file a Section 42 or Title 42, Section 1983 civil rights litigation. Okay. And this is the advice, okay, that he gives out to all his followers. And people continue to follow these fools, these people that think they're legal eagles because they can read and they can quote and cite law. And obviously they can't do it very well under pressure in front of an audience. They didn't have a game plan going in. They didn't understand the machinations of what a writ of habeas corpus is for. It's for unlawful custody. It amazes me that people follow these people and believe and hang on every word they say like they're some kind of fucking experts. They have zero track record. They have nothing to substantiate that they actually have litigated in a court of law. That's why I said there's so many people stuck on stupid. And hey, vaya con Dios. Enjoy your life, because yeah, you're headed down a dark fucking hole. You're going to waste your time, money, and energy, and you're going to be back here next December, and I'm going to be talking about the same Big Ten shit. Hopefully, these people will go away and fade off the fucking planet. I just wanted to show you that little part. You heard the judge tell him everything you're bringing up, you should have brought up on direct appeal, fool. What the fuck are you doing here telling us here? This is your one opportunity, your last court of remedy on the state level. Once you get over in the federal court, it's a whole different ball game. Those motherfuckers don't play fair. They'll rule 12b6 your ass all goddamn day. Or they'll rule 60 you. Grab them all. And then if you want to go into IFP, you got to get a review. And man, it just, federal courts are funky. Go read the federal rules of civil procedure. You're going to like, how does this apply to civil? This sounds more like maritime admiralty law. Oh, it's commercial. And you don't realize that until you actually understand how the whole legal game works. And, you're reading it in a whole new context. Like, oh, makes sense now. Now I understand the case sightings they have under these rules that apply that don't make any sense in a civil context. They don't apply to a Section 1983. They don't apply to a civil RICO. But when you're talking commercial, they sure do make a lot of sense, even though they're civil rules of procedure. All right, so I've covered Anna, covered Hunter, covered the fake bank, covered American State Nationals, covered police1.com, covered the two flags, and addressed the idiot nationals who won't even come on my show to debate, to have a conversation where we can be respectful enough to agree to disagree, just like I did with the late Judge Keeling in the Walker County grand jury room in death row restraints, litigating against a hired free world attorney. He was hired by the state of Texas through the Texas Attorney General's office, and an assistant attorney general standing next to him, litigating with Judge Keeling, where we agreed to disagree whether or not the state of Texas was incorporated entity or whether it was a republic. And I just couldn't find my Dun & Bradstreet background business report quick enough within my hundreds, if not thousands of pages of documents. And I'm looking for 3, and I'm restrained like this. So I'm like on this little dais about, it stuck out about that far, right in front of the bench. So I just had enough to get my paper on there and then kind of thumb through it a little bit, looking for shit. And I'm like, trying to keep up with what's going on, but still look for these documents. So I said, like, man, we can sit here for 30 minutes while I, look for this stuff. We all unhandcuffed me, and they would not unrestrain me. So imagine if Chris Hauser was, doing his presentation, but you saw him in ankle shackles. You saw him in a waist belt. You saw him handcuffed. You saw the handcuffs with a lockbox on them like this, where you can't twist your wrist. And that secured to the waist belt. And then get up there and try to do your presentation and litigate. So when I hear all these people, they spout all this legal fucking shit Fuck them. They just know how to read. And they spout this shit. They pontificate it all day long to their fellow peers. So now they've mastered the pitch, the sales pitch. They've got it down. They can say it so fast, so remarkable that you're like, oh my God, man, they sound so smart. Well, they practiced it over and over and over and over and over. They've got the pitch down. Now they're selling it to you. And that's going to segue into my next thing. Again, I'm more than flattered that people have emulated what I've established for myself, my platform, through Ann LaFleur and myself. Absolutely. But when those people go out there and pontificate themselves as something that they are not, an educator, a teacher who has an ability to provide you a remedy, and then don't, and take you on this journey, and you've done all this shit, and you're like, okay. And you're still sitting there twiddling your thumb like, where's this going? Where's it going to end? You know, what's up? I've literally had people that have taken our class and stolen our shit and put it out there in the public. Clearly labeled copyright fucking protected, all rights reserved, and they don't give a fuck. And they're out there taking your money. I'm not going to mention any names. I'm not going to put them on Front Street. But if you're not doing your due diligence to who these fucking people are, you're going to get taken. I'm watching these groups charge stupid, insane money, and people are paying it for nothing. Incorrect material. Oh, it's astonishing. Believe me, if I wanted to be a fucking grifter, y'all would see me on a yacht. I'd have a fleet of fucking exotic cars. I'd have strippers all around me. Because I'm very good. I was one of the best. I even created my own little scheme. We'll leave it at that. I created it. I developed it. I put it into action. And every pop, and it was 9 out of 10, folks. It wasn't like, 1 out of 100. It was 9 out of 10. 35 to 400, $4,000 a pop. And these were coming in overnight, Federal Express, on our Federal Express account every day. Why do you think I can recognize con people and liars so quickly? Why do you think I can go through documents and say, okay, this is bullshit, this is fraud? Been there. I was one of the best, and I paid for it. And don't think those 14 years and 2 months I sat in prison that I didn't run all this through my fucking head. Because once I came up for parole after 7 years and I kept getting a 1-year set off every fucking year for the next 6 years, I just, hey, I'm going to go sit down and shut the fuck up, man, and do my 20 flat. And when I get done, y'all let me out and, I have something to look forward to. Not much, but okay. And I thought about it day after day after day. All that stupid ass shit I did as a juvenile delinquent. Stealing car stereos, stealing CB radios, CB antennas. Just doing dumb, stupid shit. It's insane. Every transgression I went over in my mind over and over and over, and told myself, this is karma paying your ass back. You're getting it all in this lifetime, bro. You had a blast and you stepped on a lot of people to have that fun. Now you're paying for it. And that's when I had that epiphany after I got out. I was like, bro, man, come on. 14 years, that's a long time. That's a lot of memories. That's a lot of thoughts. a lot of don't go back out there and get more, or you're going to be doing that 60 on the fucking layaway plan, like Bonnie Straight. Did I mention Bonnie Straight? What a segue, right? Because that's who's up next. The Straights, where it's not always the straight answer. So we're going to dive into David Lester Straight, who allegedly has passed away, but rumors of his demise might be greatly exaggerated. Because I've yet to see a death certificate, yet to see an obituary. Why could Bonnie, his wife, who he sent to prison, I don't know whether it was specifically on purpose, but he damn sure well oiled the machine to make it happen. Now, what did Floyd do? Floyd went and read the entire legal record for Bonnie Thomas in her divorce proceedings, where this all started, where it was a custody battle over the kids with her former husband. Dumbass Bonnie, because she had a dispute with her then spouse, she was ordered by the divorce court judge to surrender all of her firearms to her attorney. Then later, she, for some reason, on a day she's not scheduled to go to court, enters the county courthouse with a firearm in her purse. When she goes through the metal detector, it goes off. Instead of addressing it, she ran out of the courthouse. They arrested her in front of the courthouse. So they charged her. So now she had a criminal case pending. So in her criminal case, she pled out. She did a plea bargain. She accepted 5 years of probation, a 5-year probated sentence, and she would plead guilty and waive all of her rights. And that's what she did. That's what she accepted. She did 4 years and 10 months. And you can read the record. And then about that 10th month in the 4th year, lacking about 60 days of probation, her legal record got real fucking squirrely. How squirrely, Floyd? She terminated all her attorneys, then started filing all the sovereign citizen bullshit paperwork, didn't report for probation, and she only had 60 more days to go, and motion for probation revocation. Ding, ding, ding. Take her into custody. Bring her into court. Now's your opportunity to be heard. Oh, well, you didn't report. We're going to find a violation, and we're going to send you to the Texas Department of Criminal Justice Correctional Institution Division for a term not to exceed 5 years. And Bonnie went in and she did her year. She got out on parole and then subsequently violated her parole. And I don't know the reason, but I'm assuming because David had an event in, I believe it was Wisconsin, that she left the state without permission and got popped. Got revocated, had to go in, do her little 90 days, pop back out right before Christmas last year. Of course, David was sick, allegedly. And now she's doing 5 years on parole. So she did almost 5 years of probation and then got a stacked 5-year prison term, which she has to do 5 years on prison or paper parole to discharge the 5 years. So actually she got 10 years for that event. 5 years she can thank David for. I can get all into it about David and all his fallacies and the stupid mumbo jumbo bullshit he was selling. And it's remarkable because, you know, some of these people, you know, they're great orators, they're great presenters. But the problem is that ego and then the greed sets in. And once those two come in, It's all saying do anything for more power and authority. And they'll tell you anything you need to hear. And then when you ask questions, you get excommunicated. If you go look over in the comments, they're telling you they've experienced it. All you got to do is just say, hey, we're going to stand up our assembly and then start asking Anna real fucking questions. And your assembly is going to get blown up by Anna. She's going to throw in what I call a chaos bomb. And she's going to create dissent, acrimony, prejudice, shame, embarrassment, ridicule. Should I go on? I mean, I know you've heard the patterns over and over. David Straight's no different. Bonnie Straight's no different. But I have to question how somebody who just got their parole reinstated here in Texas and just got off a parole violation somehow got approved by the Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles, a government-appointed entity, to move out of state to Arkansas, allegedly where David died in hospice care. Because parolees just don't have that authority and ability. Because when you get a parole violation and you come back on parole, you're kind of like on a little probationary period, where if you want to get a travel permit, like I want to go to New Orleans, nope, you're not going to get approved because you just came off a violation for the same fucking shit. I've been on parole almost my entire adult life. So believe me when I'm telling you. It just doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. I don't know all the facts behind it, but, it is what it is. I profiled both of them. Thank God, they have not risen their ugly heads. But I still got to cover it. And nope, that's the wrong tab. Here we go. And give me 1 second. Let's see what these numbers went for. 70. Outbid $21. Whoa, 102. Whoa, American Eagle sold for $102. That's insane. I'll have to go back and look at all these. $87. Cool. Made a little money on that. Not much. I put some coins up here in this auction. Little money on that. I got outbid for everything, which is okay. None of those were valuable assets. That was a loss. That one's a little bit of loss. Sorry, 59. Oh, those are Mercury. 30 for 5. That's probably break even. All right. Let's see. Make sure I get this one in the right order. Okay. Freeman bought masterminds. All right. One prominent offering is the Freedom Mastermind program by David Lester Straight, marketed as an exclusive mastermind group promising personal development, autonomy, and access to curated materials through weekly online sessions. This program is available in different payment plans, including a $2,997 annual fee or quarterly payments of $599. Now, did you hear that? Including a $3,000 annual fee, which means next year you're going to get charged another $3,000. Or you can do it for quarterly payments over eight quarters for $600 with limited spots available. This program claims to provide unbiased artificial intelligence trained on the Bible, the Constitution, and principles of freedom, and includes access to a platform called freemanbot.com. So if you don't remember what the FreemanBot Mastermind program was or is, there you go. Your journey to freedom starts here. Join today. Joining David Straight's Mastermind program is more than education. It's an initiation into a life of autonomy, success, and satisfaction. It's not just about reaching the summit, but thriving once you're there. This exclusive access is your ticket, not to where the magic happens, but where you make it happen. Yes, I deserve to be free. We are looking for those who call to become a freeman. So if you committed at $29.97 last year, do you have to pay $27.97 again under that contract, or do you get the discounted rate of the new price of $18.99? Now, let me tell you what the guarantee was, the hook. The hook. See if it says it in here. You see, these videos aren't available anymore. They don't even exist. Must have been just in the emails that they sent me. But I haven't found it. But anyway, the hook to this whole program was that in 12 months, you would have access to your minor trust, utilizing the Masterminds program with the freemanbot.com. That was the hook. So as soon as I read that, I profiled it on my show, and then I said, okay, cool. I'll be here December of 2024 last year, and I'll do a video about everybody who did not have access to their minor trust. So David gets sick, and then he passes away the following allegedly March, right? So I'm on their hit list, mailing list. And this is from March 31st, 2025. Protect your family's future. Join the mastermind and safeguard your assets today. Dear Freeman, hope this is well, blah, 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 blah. While David Straight is currently on sick leave, our mission is stronger than ever. Okay? Stronger than ever. Because nobody got access to their trust. To their minor trust. So now what they're selling is what, Floyd? What are they selling now? Now that the access to the minor trust, the masterminds program failed. A properly structured trust. Oh, so y'all are like doing trust now? That's why I'm inviting you to join the mastermind for $18.99 a year. I'm going to get you a trust. Step-by-step trust creation. We'll walk you through the process of setting up a trust tailored to your needs, ensuring it complies with all legal requirements and stands up to scrutiny. You can call me a trailblazer if you want. I'll accept that moniker. Trailblazing Floyd. He was leading the way with the whole trust thing. They're all coming back to having a trust, which he was doing in 2019. Y'all wandered off and, y'all listened to all these clowns and wasted all your time, money, and energy when you could have been building assets, kicking ass and taking names. Absolutely. But instead, y'all over here, asset protection strategies. Well, we got a book on that. Trustee training. We got a book on that. It's called Manage Your Trust Like a Pro. It's brand new. It's available on my new website, which is not the fearlessfloydshow.com. That will transfer over after 2026. So Manage Your Trust Like a Pro, Run Your Trust Like a Pro. 2 different ebooks are available for $49.99. A community of support, ongoing education. Only for $1,900 a year. And, that's an annual fee. So next year, in December, you can look forward to another $1,900 to get automatically deducted from your bank account or financial institution. So these guys, they don't know what the fuck they're doing except scamming money from people. And this is what they do. And they email me all the time. Oh, I remember where they're all at. But anyway, those are March and April. I know I have some over here. They send some over here. Yeah, here you go. Straight events. So here's the celebration of life of David Straight. So if you wanted to buy David's old 2024 Pan American Harley Davidson, it was available for auction. They were selling that off. There's the whole Birthright movie where, David speaks. And of course, they had another illustrious presenter in the Birthright movie. And I'll get to him in a minute. I told y'all I was going to go to midnight, and what am I, 4.5 hours into this thing? And the actual lady who produced this, what's her name? We've been emailing back and forth. Absolutely. All right, so that looks like that's all of Bonnie and Clyde. I mean, David and Bonnie. Bonnie and Clyde, really? Is there a comparison? I don't know. criminals, maybe, allegedly. I don't know. So, who have we gone through? Okay, we went through Anna, went through the Nationals. I did Chris Hauser, Mark Himoff. I did the Masterminds. I did David Lester Straight, did Bonnie Straight. I did Chris Rid of Habeas Corpus. And hey, well, I guess we're moving on to the next one. So the latest and greatest that popped up on the scene is Todd Duell. If you're not familiar with Todd Duell, Todd pitches this process of the... I just love people who spit out the mumbo jumbo. Telegram. Is it Telegram? Oh, it was email. All right. He pitches a complex, irrevocable trust with a whole bunch of other process, and eventually ended up in the U.S. tax court. And I stumbled onto him through two people who subscribed to my channel, and I had two conversations, and these people didn't even know each other, and they both mentioned Todd Duell, and I was like, what the hell? So, of course, you know, since I did my 5 videos, my 4 parts on Todd Duell, I haven't heard back from those folks. They're like, fucking Floyd, dude fucking popping bubbles. You know, some people really appreciate me because I'm such a straight shooter. I tell the truth, and I go, you know, find out what the truth is. And then when I present it, they're not fucked up about it. But these other people who, you know, it goes against everything that they believe in, everything that their livelihood, because they won't accept change. They think their way is the right way. And hey, more power to them. You believe that. You know, I hear all these rumors about people doing this, people doing that, people getting all these checks. And, you know, then why the fuck are they out on social media selling you something? Okay. I guarantee you, if I invited you over to my house, okay, I said, come on, I got something for you. And you get here, and I was like, here, there's a debit card to my trust account, and just go hog wild. Go get whatever you want. Go wherever you want. Do whatever you want. Take whoever you want. Eat whatever you want. Drink whatever you want. Buy whatever you want. Just go have a blast, and you never have to pay a penny on that card. Now, are you going to go try to teach a bunch of people? Or are you going to go try to argue about what a fucking word or phrase means, like full faith and credit? Or are you going to go have balls to the wall, snot slinging fucking fun with you and your friends and your family, and don't look back and don't give a fuck about social media? The only thing you're doing on social media is look at me in my Lambo. Look at me in the limo. Look at me at Steak 48 Steakhouse eating a $600 steak. That's what you're going to do. It should keep a low profile, but that's just what people do. You want everybody to see this extraordinary life you're leading. Well, why don't you show them when you're depressed or when you're crying, or, you know, when you stubbed your toe and you're like just in excruciating pain? You don't see that from people. You just see their best. their best. Why people say the things that they say and do the things that they do, I don't know. I don't know what their motives. I don't know if they're pathological liars. I don't know if they're grifting, trying to scam as many people as they can, eliciting all this mumbo fucking jumbo. Because trust me, remember, I'm under oath. I personally invested at least 40 man hours investigating Todd Duell. I went so far as to acquire some information. I'm not going to tell you how or who or anything like that, but I'm under oath, so take my word for it. And I found out everything about him, his family, everything. And then when I tried to connect the dots, it's like, that's just a blatant lie. What? Next thing. That's a blatant lie too. And then it just continues until you see so many red flags that, you know, fuck, what are you going to be, in denial like a drug addict and like, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem at all. You got some more dope? I need a hit, man. I'm jonesing real bad. Come on, dude. Come on, just one. I promise. I won't ask you again for another one. I swear to God. Look, you know, just one more. Just that's it. It's over after one more. I promise. I'll go in the other room. I won't bother you. I won't knock on the door. You know, I won't. I'll be cool. As you can see, I've been in that situation like one or twice. So, again, you know, all I do is look for facts. That's it. I don't care about anything else. If you have a legal track record, I'm going to go read it. It's going to tell me everything I need to know. Why? Because I've read so many cases in case law, in the law books, appellate briefs, rebuttal briefs, traverse briefs, motions, writs, that I can read a document and I can tell you, has that person been educationally trained through a traditional college and law school, or if they have, or they're a self-taught litigator, or this person has absolutely no business in the legal world, period, end of story. Because I have that ability, I can go back and I can read somebody's record and I can track everything because I've done that. I understand what it all is. I know what the words mean. I know what the Latin means. I've looked all this up. I've read it. I used to read Black's Law Dictionary for enjoyment because I was tired of reading Tom Clancy and Jim Patterson and David Icke and you name it. I was just like, here, I'm just going to read something different. Oh, if I can read the dictionary. That's why I stuck on the American Heritage Dictionary, because it gave you so many different definitions. I'm like, oh, that's a badass dictionary. The best one I found yet. I'll hang on to this one. Big, it's bulky, takes up a lot of freaking space, but it's the best one I found so far. Blew away Webster's, Oxford's, you name it. Still to this day, that's what I use. The same book. Brought it out of prison with me. Yeah, I've showed it on my show. Absolutely. Todd Duell. So this guy grew up in California, I guess, and apparently had his life on track, looked like he was very successful at his category, what he did. Apparently has over 500 papers published, was I believe, an Ironman, successful at that. And then in 2016, it looks like his life fell apart. I don't know what happened. I don't know how he got indoctrinated with anything or what happened, but apparently he was calling Penny Mac, and he allegedly threatened the person over the phone, and they popped some felonies on him, took him into custody, and then he had to try to litigate his way out of that. And I read all that, and I'm like, whew. Because I'm listening to him tell me that I'm the son of an attorney who had a law firm where, as Todd, used to write checks for his dad's firm. Not only was his dad a practicing attorney with a law firm, he was also a law professor as well as a judge, which is all easily verifiable. There's no record of Todd's dad being in any secondary education, which means vocational trade, college, university, or law school. Nor is he licensed by any bar to practice law on the state or federal level and all 50 states. No university or college has any record of Todd's father being enrolled or employed by those colleges or universities. 100% fabrication. Why? I have no idea. Todd also claimed that his aunt and uncle owned a bank in Arizona and also operated it. Again, no record of anybody related to Todd, and I have his family tree, ever owned a bank or operated a bank or a financial institution, period, much less Arizona, or the Arizona State Bank or the Mojave State Bank. Another fucking lie for some reason. Again, I have no idea why people would just make up shit like that. Just, I mean, your bona fide should be your bona fides. So anyway, you can go back in Pacer and you can look at all his federal court filings, like I have, in California and Hawaii. Todd Duell consistently gets his brains bashed in the courts. Consistently. He's O and whatever. Keep filing, bro. One of these days you're going to be 1 in 100. And listen, I'm not claiming I'm like, I have a winning record, because I don't. I lost almost everything I did because they just refused to allow me to win, period. Didn't matter what. I couldn't even get unrestrained to litigate. They declared me a vexatious litigant. Oh, yeah, absolutely. They were terrified of me. That's why they changed state law behind me. I was looking for any loophole, backdoor. Yeah, how the fuck can I get out of prison? And believe me, I abused the system each and every way I could, every minute of every day, to attain freedom. And that's what all my main goal was, get out of prison. And now I'm out of prison is to get off parole. So when I hear people like Todd Duell pop up on the scene and they pontificate this process, this legal process, oh, you're some legal eagle, right? Well, let's go look. Let's see how acclimated you are to drafting a legal vehicle. What is that legal vehicle? Because I know how it should be drafted. I know how it should be written. I know how it should be filed, because I've filed dozens of them my own personal self, as well as for others. Because I have a 12-year litigation track record. You can start in Harris County. You can go through Walker County, Travis County, Harris County. You can go to the Texas Court of Appeals, the 1st, the 14th, the 3rd, I believe in Waco, Court of Criminal Appeals, Texas Supreme Court, the U.S. District Court, Southern District of Texas, Houston Division, U.S. 5th Circuit Court of Appeals, and of course, the United States Supreme Court. Absolutely. My track record speaks for itself. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you, oh, you need to do this and this and this and this and this, and you're going to get this. I'm not that fucking guy. You know why? I've yet to see somebody that can put it in front of me to show me proof of concept, proof of success, and have it work consistently twice with 2 different things. That should be your standard. Show me fucking proof. I don't want to hear them bullshit. Before I spend a fucking dime with you, show me the proof of concept, show me proof of success, and don't beat around the bush and show me everything. Because if you miss out something, little something, I'm going to go tell the world that you're a bullshit, fraud, scam artist. But you won't do that. You're so desperate to get to that pot of gold. Because if you allowed yourself to become destitute, listening to these fucking yahoos, wasting your time, money, and energy. That's why you're destitute. You get it? Because you're going to be here next December going, fucking man, Floyd's back again. I don't even want to watch him. I don't even want to hear it because I know what he's going to do. He's going to ridicule me. He's going to shame me. He's going to embarrass me. He's going to call me out, put me on fucking Front Street on his show and call me a legal moron that I was stuck on stupid again for another 365 days because I just refused to listen to him. Even though he told me everything under oath, even though I saw it with my own fucking eyes, I heard it with my own fucking ears because the ignorant shall perish for lack of knowledge. Goodbye. You know, I don't even care if people call me dipshits and whatever the fuck they got to say over in their little forums. Okay. I don't care. You know, even over in Brandon Joe Williams group, they hate my fucking guts. They love to put down Fearless Floyd. And God bless you all because if you're following another fucking legal fool. I don't see these posts on Facebook. I do. I don't follow them, but they fucking just pop up. Because we have a lot of mutual people. And when I see these idiotic posts, I just laugh. And you people are just like, I'm not letting go. This guy's got the answer. Proof of concept, proof of success. It has to work like a fucking debit card. As long as there are credits on account and that financial institution that issued the debit card, the point of sale system operates correctly. There's no operator error. You're going to get your goods and services every fucking time until those credits on account are depleted. The point of system fails or you fail. Otherwise, hey, happy holidays. Thank you for shopping at Walmart. Right? So if you got somebody out there that can do that, yeah, they're not going to be on social media selling you a bunch of bullshit. They're going to go live life happily ever fucking after. They're not going to look back. They're going to take their click. They're going to go have a fucking blast. They're going to travel the fucking world, eat at the best fucking restaurants, stay at the best hotels and resorts, and just party fucking hardy and not look back and not sit there on social media going, well, no, you got to do this with your birthday. Really? Or are you going to be watching this badass live band? Or are you going to be fucking front row at your favorite fucking concert in wherever they're performing? Front fucking row because you got unlimited money. Are you going to be on front row of your favorite concert going, God damn, man, this asshole just don't get it about this birth certificate? Or are you going to be watching your show and enjoying life? because I've been there. I've been in Puerto Rico for 3 fucking weeks where I found serenity. I found peace. I was away from all the traffic, the social media, the Wi-Fi, the Bluetooth, the congestion, the fucking chemtrails, the rapid pace of city life, to where I could finally digest and go, oh, wow, what am I going to do today? This fucking feels great. God, I don't ever want to go back. If I just had a way to support myself here, if I could get a good job and, have the same lifestyle, I would do it in a heartbeat. So if somebody gave me a black card or a white card with unlimited fucking spending ability and not having to pay a penny back, do you think I would fucking be on here talking to you guys? You think I would be selling trust books? Do you think I'd be doing trust classes? No. It'll still be available, but I'll have somebody else run it for me, because guess what? I've got unlimited wealth. I don't need to manage that no more. I'm going to go have a fucking blast, balls to the wall, lawfully and legally. And I'm going to go have the best of the best and see the best of the best in the rest of the world and not look back and not feel guilty about it at all. So this is what your guru is trying to pitch to you, that you can have all that, but your guru doesn't. Your guru's not expressing that to you. Your guru is surviving on the money you give them, the views you give them on social media. Once you get 1,000 views on YouTube, you get paid. If you have an affiliate program, you get paid. If you monetize it, you get paid. And when you guys go watch these idiots and, for thousands of times, over and over and over, listen to these processes that you're all confused about, you're just putting money in their pocket. So God bless you for spending your money wisely. Why don't you go invest it in silver or crypto or another commodity and divest your portfolio instead of spending it on these yahoos? And why don't you go to Books or Amazon and go find you your own books and do your own research and really study for yourself and make it your own journey. So when you are successful, you know why you got there. You earned it. You did the hard work. You didn't wait for somebody to come hand it to you on a silver platter, because generally when they come with the silver platter, they don't have the remedy. They don't have the answer. I've been doing this for a long time, folks. I've had my trust going on, it'll be 7 years next month, 2026. I've had it since 2019. That's when I set up my trust. That's when I went and got my EIN. Well, actually, somebody else got it for me because I didn't know anything about trusts. And I paid for it. I paid a lot of money for it. But thank God it's very extensive. So I got my EIN, then I went to Wells Fargo, opened up my bank account for my trust, non-interest bearing, and I've had it ever since. I didn't bother to teach it to anybody because, I didn't think, it really had a tangible use in the community because everybody's chasing these processes. It amazes me that people are so gullible and naive and throw away that much money. God damn, I wish I could charge $5,000 for a class or a book or whatever, and people would pay it. Huh. Fuck. I see these other groups, man, they're not teaching shit right. Ann's been over in their groups and looked at their stuff. And what they're doing is it's not going to hold up in court. It's fallible. It's junk. It's trash. It's incomplete. But those people don't give a fuck because they think they're listening to the people that, are honest, have integrity, have honor, ethics, standards, morals. But like P.T. Barnum said, there's a sucker born every day, sucker. He didn't say sucker, but right? Isn't that about how it goes? So, Todd Duell, without diving deep into Todd Duell, if you don't know who Todd Duell is, be grateful because you didn't fall down that rabbit hole. And you would have fell down that rabbit hole because there's a bunch of people who fell down that rabbit hole. Because I got people asking me about that specific trust that Todd talks about in his videos. So when I see that, I hear that, I'm like, oh, okay. Because listen, I almost fell for it too. I was like, what the fuck? This all sounds kind of on the up and up. Let me go vet it. And if you thought that I had 40 hours to invest to determine whether somebody's process was factual or not, I didn't even get to the fucking process before I bailed off and went, holy fuck, this dude's just lying through his fucking teeth. And then once I got my material and vetted everything that I'm seeing red flags on, I'm like, God damn, man. I cannot deny that I'm seeing these red flags and be in denial and just like poo-poo this out of the way and go, oh, but I want the process to be right. I want it to be truthful. I want to have access to that. And I'm willing to overlook all of this. It's just, it's okay. It's okay. Stay away. I'll be all right. I promise I'll get through this. And you won't. You're going to get got. And there's a bunch of people out there to get you. And there's going to be more and more and more on the horizon. And I know these people talk a great game. And I don't care where you go get your trust. I don't care about any of that shit. I really don't. Whether or not you buy a $50 book from me and Ann is not going to make us or break us. It's not going to change my life. I'm not going to run right out tomorrow and go, oh, fuck, I can finally afford a Ferrari. So thanks to James for buying my Run Your Trust Like a Pro for $49.99 today. And there's my down payment. You know, there's people out there selling private membership associations for $5,000. You know, David Straight sold his for like $2,500. They might still be selling it over on their website. I don't even venture over there because I don't want that connection. If I do go visit it, I'm doing it as an investigative journalist, a researcher, a media personality. I'm not doing it because I want to go over there and join their shit because I know their shit is being tracked. Every time you go click on their fucking website, you're being tracked. Boom, domestic terror list. And AI is getting ready to take over all that. So it's just going to put this algorithm together and go, ding, there's a sovereign citizen. Let's run a comparison with the database with the ATF and see if they have a firearm. Oh, they've got an AR-15, they've got a 9mm, 10mm, a 45, a 22, an over-under 410. Y'all keep over there fucking around and y'all gonna find the fuck out. I keep telling y'all, y'all ain't fucking listening. Now, what should you do if you're in a fucking one of these goddamn stupid ass assemblies? You should like say, okay, I'm done with the governance. Now, this other assembly group over here who has no association with my group of assemblies, we're going to come over here and we're going to conjoin. We're going to make a bigger organism. And until you folks, we the people, okay, put down this, you know, we're over here operating in the private and these private Telegram rooms, these weekly Zoom meetings. No. You motherfuckers got to be out in the streets making a difference. Okay? You're on social media trying to blow shit up, but what do you got behind you? A fucking sovereign citizen flag. So anybody with any kind of intelligence, first thing we're going to do is let's go find out who these people are. What's that flag mean? Oh, really? That's what the cops think about that flag? Man, I don't think I want any part of that. But you other people, y'all are just all brainwashed into the cult. And y'all going to continue with that bullshit. And y'all keep going. Y'all want to talk about AI? AI, a capital I, AI. Get it? They've been telling you all along what the Illuminati eye is. The all-seeing eye is AI, which is the New World Order, and it's coming fast. It is the plan. It is the Q-tard, trust the plan, to become the alpha AI over the fucking world. It will run the fucking world. Everything. And it's a race against China. Do we really have to worry about China, considering that all the analytics state that by 2080, the majority of the world be Muslim? See, that sucks, because all these people who are in the national movement, they're not thinking about their children. They're not thinking about their children's children. They're not thinking anything about the future. They're thinking about now. I don't give a fuck about now. I can't change now. What I can do is wake some fucking people up, enlighten them with, hey, this is the true path. If you have one of these, you're fucked. If you have apps, if you have subscriptions, if you have to use a smart device to do anything, you're fucked. You're in the matrix. If you're on Bluetooth, you have a router, you're on Wi-Fi, you're in the matrix. That's your digital DNA. This phone has a serial number. My router has an IP address. This laptop has an IP address. Same thing with this laptop. They're all connected. They all have almost the same identical apps on them. They're all signed into the same email accounts. So it creates a digital DNA neural network of your digital twin in the digital omniverses. And I say omniverses in plural for a reason, because every major company in the world, Amazon, Meta, Google, Alphabet, Grok, man, Twitter, I just go Walmart. They all have digital twin omniverses where your digital twin is operating in real time due to all these smart devices. It's tracking everything that you do 24/7, 365. It's already wired into your body through the Internet of Bodily Things, through all the technologies that they putting in our food, our air, our beverages, our medicine. And according to Sabrina Wallace, since 2015, we've been wired in. And when NWO takes over, boom, guess what? You're going to have a social credit score. I've already experienced this myself of what this looks like. And believe me, it's horrifying. Let's say you're late for a concert and, okay, well, I'm late. I need to get there. I don't want to miss the opening act. So I went over the speed limit. Well, because of all the flock cameras and Palantir type companies, that was documented. Boom. Once I park and I come back out, my car won't open. It won't even start. And I get a message through my app telling me, oh, I have an outstanding traffic violation for speeding. What? Right before they got me for speeding to the concert. And I can't access my vehicle until I use my credits to pay the fine. Once I do that, now I can access my car and go home. Oh, I'm just going to leave my car here and get an Uber. Oh, I can't get an Uber either. Well, I'll just get a cab. Oh, well, you can't access your financial account. Well, I'll just use, oh, they don't have cash anymore because it's all digital currency. Well, maybe you're a female or a male and you could barter for a ride, if you know what I mean. Ass, grass, or ass, grass, or ass. Nobody rides for fee, right? Nobody rides for free. I told you about my own experience at a parking garage where pulled in, you didn't have to take a ticket, you didn't have to do anything. The gate automatically opened because I had a license plate reader and it read my license plate. So I'm already in the system because I pulled into their building on their property. Without my knowledge, without my consent. So I pulled in, parked, scanned the QR code with my phone. It pulled up a parking app. I did not sign into the parking app because this was a one-time deal. I could park for 12 hours, $22. Done. So what are the terms and conditions if I don't? So I went and read those. So apparently, if you exceed 12 hours, a boot will put on your vehicle. If you do not pay your $22, a boot will be on your vehicle. I'm like, okay, well, I wonder what that looks like. Do they have this like little robot that has a camera on it, or just does this circuit around the parking garage, scanning license plates, and then reports back? And just think in the future when they'll have boots that are actually be like the robo dogs, and they'll be parked on their charger, and then it's like alerts it like, okay, 12 hours is expired, and the little robo boot will go out and clamp onto the vehicle and lock it down until the owner shows up and has to pay the $22 to get the boot off. So as I'm leaving the parking garage, we're in a long line because there was a concert. So we're like on, I don't know, 5th floor, and Juan's driving. And we get to the exit, and we're like, I don't know, 3 or 4 cars back finally. So I'm like, really paying attention to what the fuck is going on, because I'm like fascinated with the circumstances that I'm in. It was like almost surreal. And I'm like, I don't see anybody, what's going on. But there people who have not already scanned the QR code and paid were having to pay right there at the gate. So when we pull up, there's nothing no ticket, no button to push, no intercom to talk to somebody, no screen to tell you what to do. When we pulled up, the gate automatically opened because it read my license plate and let us out. All this is going to be incorporated. This is why I touched about fusion centers. If you aren't aware of fusion centers, probably should be. Remember, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm just some dipshit who cusses people out, who has pornography and naked pictures all over their Facebook page. I'm that guy. I'm feckless Floyd, as Anna calls me. My track record speaks for itself. Whether or not you want to follow me, listen to me, watch my videos, purchase my products, interact with everybody over in our private Telegram rooms, hey, knock yourself out. Do whatever you want to do. You have free will. I'm not forcing you to do anything. I tell you, just go, hey, set up a trust, man. Go steal one off Scribed. You can use AI to create your trust for you. Good luck with that. So all you're doing is telling AI, hey, this is my trust. This is everything in it. It's all my sensitive information for my private trust that I put on a public, large learning machine. I'm amazed sometimes at how stupid people are and how people refuse to listen. know, the Bibles are a powerful document. It would be just, I don't even know the adjective for it, but astounding to be able to read the original text as it was put together in the original book with all the books incorporated, and not have King James's version of what the Bible should be, because it's a blueprint. It doesn't make much sense because it's been so bastardized. When you read it, you're like, this is fucking horrible. It's like pornography, siblicide, orgies, incest, human trafficking. I mean, everything you wouldn't want your kid to know and do as an adult. But it's all in the Bible. And when I read it for the first time in prison, I was appalled. I was like, who the fuck would take their kid to Sunday school to learn this? Really? This is what y'all study in Sunday school? I'm glad I never went. Because this is appalling. Abel and Cain, really? You imagine your two boys, you know, getting an argument over something and one kills the other. Well, I read it in the Bible. This has been fun. Thank you. If you're still here hanging out with me, I really do appreciate you for spending your time, money, and energy over here with me for 5.5 glorious hours. Well, actually 5 hours now. Gave you a forewarning that we were going to go to 6. Talk about a little crypto, because if you were invested in crypto, obviously you got creamed in the last quarter of 2025, and I did as well, but I'm okay. Hang on, I got a ticket drop here. I got a time limit. No. 2? Really? I told you I get free tickets all the time. No last minute. And so that was a free ticket selection. I didn't like anything. No concerts, mostly comedians. So, okay. Crypto, yeah, we all got creamed. This is why I tell you to diversify your portfolios. But you also have some precious metals. If you can't afford gold, next up is silver. If you can't afford that, get you some platinum. If you can't afford that, get you some copper. There's a reason the penny went away. That's copper. Copper is going to become a hot commodity here in the future. All precious metals will. I think we haven't seen the end of the silver bull run. I predict that it would probably rise even further, especially if a new fresh war turns up, especially with the United States armaments from U.S. defense manufacturers are used, because they use a shit ton of silver in their munitions, especially a Tomahawk missile. So every time one of those detonates, it vaporizes, I think, 1 kilo of silver. And I don't know how consistent that is over time. that can be repeatedly done. But yeah, is what it is. And I'm almost lost my voice. So I went through all of these folks. Yep, did that. This is something for. Let me kind of explain to you guys where this AI shit's going. Okay. Once AI is programmed and you have it installed, okay, it can literally take your DNA and break it down and test it and identify, okay, here's this DNA. We don't know who it matches up to, but because we have all these other DNA samples, we can kind of funnel it down to it's probably this person. There's a high probability it's this person, right? Okay. Most people do not know that there is a thing in existence called, well, come on. Now, I touched on this a couple of videos ago. I just want to show you how depraved and how deep, no pun intended, that the cesspool actually is on the grand scheme of things. So what you're looking at is the Centers for Disease Control, CDC.gov, an official website of the United States government. Here's how you know how wastewater monitoring works. What would you say, Floyd? This is the National Wastewater Surveillance System. Did you know they have a surveillance system in your wastewater, your sewage, where you defecate, urinate, bleed, wash your body, wash your hands, wash your hair, wash your pets? All of this DNA goes into the wastewater system through Rice University here in Houston, Texas, and the City of Houston Wastewater Management System. They created the National Wastewater Surveillance System. Number one, how does it work? People with certain infections, such as COVID-19, can shed pieces of virus or bacteria when they use the bathroom, shower, wash hands, or launder clothing, even if they don't have symptoms. Number two, these pieces of virus or bacteria traveled from the toilet, sink, shower, or other drain through the sewage system. Number three, before the wastewater is treated with chemicals, wastewater operators take samples to send to the laboratory. That would be your AI laboratory. It's going to diagnose all that DNA and provide all the known entities associated with that DNA. Number four, laboratory tests the wastewater sample to detect and report on the different types of infections that are circulating in a community. This information is available in as little as 5 to 7 days after waste enters the sewer. Number five, public health officials use wastewater data to better understand disease trends in communities and make decisions, such as providing guidance on how to prevent infections or increase testing or vaccination options. So basically, your DNA travels through the sewer and gets accumulated before it is treated, and that is sent to a lab, and they test it for all these different viruses using AI. But if they were looking for a specific DNA sequence related to the brother of America's Most Wanted, and it's all run through AI in a central location, rapidly could they find their suspects utilizing the National Wastewater Surveillance System. This is why I tell people you will have to get off the smart devices, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, all the apps, anything that requires you to have an app or log into a portal, you have to stop using. You have to get off the grid. You have to be able to be self-sufficient or be able to barter with like-minded folks for sustainability and self-preservation. Otherwise, you're going to be trapped in the digital matrix of the digital DNA of your digital twin and the digital omniverses that are controlled by the New World Order, the all-seeing eye, AI. That's the plan, is to usher in the New World Order right before your eyes under national security and convenience. Imagine if you have to fight traffic Monday through Friday, morning and afternoon to get to work. And something becomes a little bit more convenient where it saves just that much of time, which you perceive as a bonus, but it's really just a minimal amount, which might have taken you an extra minute. But because of the convenience, it appears that it saves you time. And you're going to surrender your humanity for that convenience. And that convenience is going to take more and more and more of your freedoms and install more of a surveillance state over your life, your community, your freedoms. Nobody's talking about this. Nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody wants to address it. And it's on Front Street. The Democrats are coming out now and they're saying, hey, man, we need to regulate this AI. This is like, yeah, because it's full throttle. It's wide fucking open. Nothing's going to stand in the way of full spectrum dominance for the United States of America to become the alpha AI, to become a demigod over everyone on the planet. You think Anna von Reitz is a fucking Looney Tune? The system is the Antichrist, according to Elon Musk. The system will never be overcome. That's why I keep telling these folks that, oh, we got an assembly. We're going to set up our de jure county and we're going to take over and blah, 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 blah. No. You are not going to defeat the system. How many branches of the military do they have? Well, let's see. We got the Coast Guard. We got the Space Force. We got the Navy. We got the Marines. We got the Army. We got the Air Force. Got the National Guard. Then we can get on with the law enforcement. We have the FBI, the U.S. Marshals, the DEA, the ATF, ICE, NSA. We can go on the state level. We got state police. We got county police or county sheriffs. We got constable, metro police. Now you think you're going to defeat all that. They also have the courts, the judges, the law, the prisons, the jails, probations, and paroles. And you all can't get along. You think that assembly over there that you can't join. You don't want to come to the table and have a like-minded conversation with like-minded people to have a cordial discussion, a respectful conversation to find a solution, a remedy to the entire problem. Instead, you'd rather belittle people and put people down when they tell you the facts that you're in a fucking circle jerk. You're never going to go anywhere because Michael John on North Carolina, I promise you, bro, next December, I'm going to put your ass on fucking Front Street again, and I'm going to show the world again what a moron you are. How you haven't achieved any fucking thing in your life except spread false bullshit. Put people in jeopardy. People are losing their entire life fucking savings. They're living in a goddamn car, dude. A car. They lost everything because they sent it to fucking Anna and Hunter in their fake ass fucking bank and can't get a penny back. So fuck you and people like you who want to espouse bullshit and lies and fuck people's lives over. Because you don't know any better, because you fail to do your research, because you want to believe the hopium, you dumb motherfucker. It really pisses me off because I've seen the fucking tragedy. I've spoken to these fucking people. I've heard these tragic, horrible stories. How they lost everything. They lost their house. Because they did the sign in America, it got foreclosed on. They got fucking put on the goddamn street by the sheriff. If you don't believe me, look up Terry Somm. Who's Terry Somm, Floyd? That's Anna von Reitz's former gatekeeper for her Monday night webinars. What happened to Terry Somm? Terry Somm utilized the sign in America process and had her house foreclosed on, got kicked the fuck out by the sheriff. The house was sold on the foreclosure market, a new buyer. And when he came to inspect his property, guess what? Somebody had re-inhabited the property. So he looked in the driveway and he sees all these cars with all these license plates that say American State National from Max Taylor in Las Vegas, Nevada. Who are these people? He asked the neighbors. Oh, it's the people who lived here before that were really. Call the sheriff. Sheriff shows up. Bump, 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 bump. No answer. Bump, 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 bump. No answer. But there's cars in the driveway. They know people are inside that house. What do they have to do? They called the fucking SWAT team with an armored personnel vehicle and literally took explosives and blew the fucking front door off the house. Look it up. It was in the news. They extracted Terry Soms and 2 other people and found a firearm. Burglary of a habitation, unlawful possession of a firearm. Should I go on? She was arrested, of course. She lost her house, but yet still remained head cheerleader for Anna Von Reitz for some crazy reason. Anna gets a tax lien judgment on her. Still, rah, rah, go, go, Anna. Absolutely. And I've seen other people lose their house, cars, credit cards, credit scores, have their utilities cut off. All behind Anna's bullshit. And don't think I haven't gone down these roads and experienced this shit myself, because before Christopher Allen Hauser came out with the 1099-A process, I had done it the year before through Bill Pittman. When Emma lived with me, was a former Chief Justice for the Texas State Assembly, who I followed. I'd already experienced it. I already went through 3.5 months of on the phone, mail, exhaustive, screaming and yelling at these people. Man, you don't know the law. Fuck. They just cut the electricity off? God damn it. What? $1,200? Man, I got to pay that. Oh, plus a reconnection fee. Then the gas. And it cascaded. One bill after another. Insurance, dental, lapsed. Uh-oh. Guess what? Now you got to pay your bills because your insurance lapsed because you did some bullshit process. So when he came out with his 1099-A and he got on there with the voucher and said, look, I'm a fucking millionaire. I got $4 million fucking dollars. Oh, follow me, follow me, follow me. I'll take you to the promised land. And then posted a list on his Telegram channel of all these dealerships where you can go buy these fucking cars using 1099-A. And people were actually going into the dealerships and going, hey, I know you don't know how to do this. Just watch this guy on YouTube. I used to sell cars, pre-owned high-end luxury vehicles. And I know what it is for somebody to come in and burn up your fucking day showing you fucking car after car after car. And they don't have a fucking penny, not a pot to piss in. And you just burn up all your leads and all your ups for the day. And you didn't make one fucking sale because you got a bunch of deadbeats. That's what Chris did to these folks. No repercussions, no accountability, no liability, no responsibility. He never once came out and said, you know what, I fucked over those folks doing that. I'm sorry. These people don't care. They don't have a conscience. They have no empathy or sympathy for you or anything about you. They talk a great game. They sound genuine. They sound sincere and sympathetic, but they're not. Again, I don't know their motives. I don't care to know their motives. I don't give a fuck. All I know is they're untrustworthy and they're not somebody that you should fucking hang out with or follow or associate with. End of fucking story. And I know you're going to watch this video and you're going to tell people about everything that you heard in here. And you're like, hey, man, just watch the video. They're going to come over here and go, oh, my God, that's a 6-hour video. I'm not listening to that. Well, you can actually go on the video on YouTube and you can hit transcripts and it'll put everything over here. And then you copy and paste that on Microsoft Word. And then in Microsoft Word, you do a search and you look for certain words and it'll pop right up. So that's how you go through a 6-hour video like that. Use your brain. Oh, y'all don't have one because you don't know how to self-govern. You have to reach out and have other people govern you because you're self-governing. That makes sense? It did for a public education. But everybody who should watch this video, everybody should listen to it. All of you out there with the embolization of the civil peace flag or the sovereign citizen target, I'm telling you, just replace it with a Nazi flag and see what happens. You get all kind of comments. But you go over into a different category and you have law enforcement look at that fucking civil peace flag and they're going to tell you, oh, you're a sovereign citizen. I know what that is. Just like you look at a Nazi flag and you go, oh, that's Nazi Germany. They were evil. Just because the public doesn't know about it and you pontificate it as a civil peace flag, you have to call it something that it does not represent. A peace flag. How many videos out there of sovereign citizens just fucking having shootouts on the fucking side of the road with cops? I've had 2 incidents here in Harris County. One was a Moor, the other was a sovereign citizen. So concerning was it that I did videos on it because I don't want anybody fucking getting killed on the side of the road trying to argue with law enforcement who's not trained in the law, the Constitution, or treaties, or anything that you're going to fucking tell them, because your time to argue is in court. Take your fucking lick, go to court, and whoop their fucking ass. Don't sit on the side of the road and argue with them and try to win that debate because you're going to lose, because guess what? They got handcuffs, they got guns, and they got fucking radios with backup. And not only that backup, but they got dogs, and they just like, those dogs will bite you. And then when you fight back against the dog for tearing your arm off, oh, you just assaulted a police officer. That's another felony. Oh, you're resisting arrest. That's another felony. And they'll just keep dogpiling on you, no pun intended, until they win. But you dumb motherfuckers want to stand on the side of the road and bump. Take your lick and go beat them at their own fucking game. Make them tell you, do not fucking come back in our court. If you have a problem, get a ticket, call this number. We don't want you in here telling the world how to beat us at our own game. We don't want you coming in here putting on a performance and outshining the district attorney or the prosecutor. Just ask James C. Lovett. He'll tell you. He went in there, he did it, and yeah, they were impressed. They're like, okay, well, you probably don't want this guy back in here. If you want to play and you want to win, you got to learn their game and play by their rules and beat them. And they're going to cheat. They're not going to follow the rules. There's not much you can do about it, except just try to beat them every chance you get. That's all I did. And I had a learning curve because, okay, I went into direct appeal, so I'm in appellate law. Now I'm learning the rules of appellate procedure, rules of evidence, code of criminal procedure, so I'm on this curve. So once I get through the whole direct appeal process, boom, I fall off, and now I'm in a whole new category, writ of habeas corpus. Holy shit, I got to learn something completely brand new that I wasn't really expecting. And if you think these yahoos can go on here and just like learn all the machinations of how the court system works, how legal vehicles work, how they're applied, the results, the court system, you got to experience it. That's why I'm telling you, all these yahoos are just first time through the whole court system. I could go on and on. I could probably do another whole 6 hours with some more material, but I'm gonna cut this off because it's what, 11:30, so 5.5 hours. You guys know I can roll. I can do an 8 easy. Done it. But I want you to spend 2026 doing life different. I want you to find out what a liability and an asset is and determine it. If you have to sit down with a piece of paper and go, the pro, con about what this is, if it doesn't provide functionality in your life, get the fuck rid of it. Go buy you an asset that's going to make you money. It's going to be valuable now or in the future. It's going to accelerate, which means it's going to gain value. It's not going to depreciate. Anything that depreciates is a liability. It's not an asset. You need to rethink the way you live and how you act. If you're going to do anything online as far as a class or any tutorial, or you're going to get a trust or anything, hey, listen, adopt a new standard. This should be the first thing out of your mouth when anybody presents this stuff to you. I need proof of concept, proof of success, please. Please provide that. If you can't provide those two things, simple things, fucking go away. Don't talk to me again, because you're going to bring me some more bullshit. And I'm not falling for the fucking okie doke. I'm not falling for a potato up my fucking tailpipe and believe you that we're fucking making love. Because that's what you're whispering sweet nothings in my ear while you're cramming a potato up my ass. So don't fall for the okie doke. Don't listen to these motherfucking fools out there trying to goddamn take your goddamn money, time, and energy. Most of all, they just want your money. Some of them are parasitic vampires that just want your energy. They thrive on that. If they have authority, I've got a group following me. That's why I tell you folks, I don't give a fuck how many people subscribe. I don't give a fuck how many people watch my videos. I really don't. It's not going to affect how I live. It's not going to determine whether I wake up and eat waffles and grits or I eat bacon and eggs. I'm still going to eat whatever I want. So don't let other people, other entities govern your life in any shape, form, or fashion. You need to take control. You need to be the commander, the king, the queen, the executor, the fiduciary, the person that runs you, your estate, whatever that looks like. If you're over in the state nationals, the first thing you need to do is, hey, I need to create a family flag. I need a family crest. I need a seal. How can I be heard? How can I be respected and addressed when I'm flying a fucking sovereign citizen flag and I don't know what the fuck's going on? I belong to this assembly. I'm asking people to govern what I do, what I say, what questions I can ask, because there is no First Amendment in Anna's assemblies. You ask the wrong questions and get that fucker out of here. They're going to fucking stir the hornet's nest and it's going to be chaos and we're not going to be able to control it and everybody's going to leave because everybody's going to know what the truth is. And sadly, that these people are just so brainwashed that they continue the narrative. They refuse to believe it until, oh, now I'm a victim because somebody asked me to ask a question. I asked the wrong question. Now I'm being shamed and embarrassed and outlawed and kicked out of the group. It's Anna's way or the fucking highway. You haven't seen that yet? You will. Stick around long enough. You'll experience it. There's a lot of shit that goes on behind the scenes that you never hear, never see. It's not brought up in your little old meetings that you have. But backdoor, people are fucking, oh yeah, there's a whole communication system going on behind the scenes that you're just not aware of, that you're not privy to. Just like Kim Reynolds going back and forth with Anna while Eric and I are investigating and we're communicating with Kim. And Kim's not telling us we're communicating or what we're either one are doing. She's just sitting there going, holy shit, what the fuck am I in? Yeah. Yeah, imagine, devoting 2-3 hours every day of your life to sign people up, being a recording secretary. Sacrificing your time, money, and energy, your family time, your work time, your overtime, your pleasure time, your leisure time. All for naught. And again, the ideation of we the people taking our country back is spectacular. Awesome. But the way you're doing it, who you're doing it through is a fallacy. It's going to fail. It is a failure. This is my challenge to everybody in a state assembly, whether you're in Destries, Anna's, you're in whatever. There's a gazillion of them out there. Name me one county who's autonomous, who has complete jurisdictional authority in their geographical region, where the de facto county sheriff can come in there and you can tell that motherfucker, hey, get the fuck off my land. Don't come back. I'm the sheriff here. If you come back, I'm going to arrest you and put you in my jail. What jail? You ain't got no jail. Jail? You ain't got no jail. Badges. We ain't got no stinking badges. Are you seeing where I'm going with this? And then when you go set up your court and you try to try them, you want to serve them fucking a charge, an information or indictment, a complaint. Poof. What? What's that charge? What did my parole officer tell me? She was told to pass this down to me. Simulating a legal process. Oh yeah. That came from the fucking director of the parole division. Hey, tell that fucking Floyd dude we got his number. And then she told me, and she gave me the penal code, and I'm like, simulating legal process. I go, that was just a notice. Hadn't anything to do with legal. But I got their fucking attention. For those of you who didn't join me at the very beginning, I'm going to do it again. I've sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and I have. So help me God. I want to thank each and every one of you for watching this video. For those of you who stuck around to the end, man, I'm really super gracious. You don't know how much this really means to me. And when I get to talk to you one-on-one, you become a personal friend. And I hope that I come off as genuine, truthful, honest, with integrity. And I'm just like you, searching for the truth, no matter what the fuck it looks like. And I'm not scared of turning over a rock and getting stung because I turned over the rock and I looked to see whether or not there was something there. I've done things to my own detriment. I've searched, I've invested money and, come out and like, oh, well, that's not likely to happen anytime soon. And I'm talking about the RV. And I can bring up all that if you want. What time is it? 11:40, 20 minutes. I'll just glaze upon it. Okay. RV, revaluation of foreign currencies, mainly the Iraqi dinar, Vietnamese dong, Venezuela, Zimbabwe dollars, Indonesian rupiah, There's a whole bunch of them. They have what's allegedly a basket of 21 to 23 currencies. They're all going to revalue at the same time. And that specific currencies are worth X amount of fucking dollars on this revalue. But when you look at the world economy, it's just doesn't make sense. When you look in all the narratives and you trace it back to its fundamental ideation of where it came from, people have taken kernels of events or things and expounded upon them. Nassar Jassar is a great example that, hey, maybe it was signed by Clinton into law, but it was never effectuated. And if they did sign it in, we've never seen it. And obviously it's not for us. Otherwise, we would already seen it, like we saw Obamacare or like we saw the Anti-Effective Death Penalty Act, right? Terrorist Act. But people take these things, these events, and then they create their own fantastical stories and pass them on as fact. This happened with the Zimbabwe dollar. I have yet to this day, and I've asked on my show, send me information showing me that the Zimbabwe dollar, the $1 trillion notes, the double A's with the ox on them for 2008 are not currency notes, but bonds, and that they are redeemable at some future time as a bond and not a currency note that is out of circulation. Furthermore, CMKX, I cannot find anything on CMKX that any shareholder will be paid a dime from any type of existing fund, escrow, trust account. Nope, nothing, blank. So every time I dive down one of these freaking rabbit holes with this RV and the foreign currency, I'm coming up dry. I can't find anything to substantiate any of these claims. I get why the dinar became, oh, this is it. Because when the United States invaded Iraq, due to Iraqi Operation Freedom, whatever the fuck it was, where they invaded Kuwait, and then Kuwait revalued their currency, everybody thought, oh, well, because there's sanctions and the U.S. government just built the biggest embassy in the world in Iraq, that they're going to lift the sanctions and reevaluate the currency, and it's going to be somewhere around where the Kuwaiti dinar revalued. And that never happened. And to this day, it's probably not going to happen, because what happened to all the Iraqi dinar? All the rich people in the world bought it all up. And where were all the rich people? Oh, we're over here in America. So the majority of Iraqi dinar, about 90% of it in circulation, is here in the States. It's not circulating in Iraq, where the only currency circulating in Iraq is the Iraqi dinar. They no longer use dollars. It was outlawed January 1st of last year. So what they have to do, they had to recreate their digital currency via ATMs and debit cards for every adult Iraqi. And they were like, what do we do with these? What's that? Because they were using dollar bills, American money. Then that got outlawed, and they had to go back to their dinars. Well, they don't keep money in banks and financial institutions. They keep it under their mattress. So now they had to divest all their dollars. Now they're back to dinars, and there's not enough dinars in the country to reevaluate their currency, because we have it all. They can't bleed it off. They can't destroy it. They can't pull it out of the system. So they're currently operating on almost a 90% digital currency system as it exists. When you look at it with common sense and reason, it's like, oh, okay, that makes all sense in the world. So in order to get our currency, they're going to have to buy it back from us, and they're not going to pay $3.25. Really? They can reevaluate it at whatever they want. They can pull all that currency off the streets for 90 cents on the dollar. And as soon as they pull in a majority of that currency, let's just say 60% of that 90%, so now they have 30% outstanding, they can revalue to a higher number. I mean, wouldn't that make fiscal sense for your country if you're trying to really improve your country? And people aren't looking at any of this. They're just like, it's going to happen. Yay, tomorrow. Thanks, Wolverine. Thanks, Bruce, for your big call telling me tomorrow I'm going to be uber wealthy. Trust me when I tell you this, folks, okay? And I want you to look at this, and I've said this over and over and over, and I'm going to say it fucking again. If you possess a yellow Chinese dragon bond or any other bond, a railroad bond, a German bond, a World War II bond, or whatever, that is still valid, still redeemable, you're a bondholder. Yeah. Listen, you might not have a pallet of bonds. You might not be a whale, but you're a bondholder. Okay? So when you hear these fucking gurus go, well, I called my bond folks, I talked to my bond folks, and my bond folks told me that they have a meeting next week. And then next week rolls around, and they don't mention anything about this meeting that was supposed to take place that didn't take place. Like, well, my bond folks don't answer, so I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Or in this day of high technology where you can Zoom, StreamYard, Telegram, anybody in the fucking world easily. I talked to South Africa, my boy who I brought up earlier, and I was like, oh man, I can't believe somebody in South Africa actually watches my show. That's fucking amazing. I'm blown away by that. Really? South Africa? Y'all watching stupid ass me? But yeah, I have an audience over there. So that's partially why I'm going to continue my shows for those people that are overseas that I don't even know about. But I got to interact with them. And I'm grateful for all of that. That's just, I'm just amazed. You know, I remember when I had 8 subscribers on YouTube and I was like, wow, that's insane. What are these people? Why are they tuning into me? What's so important about me? And what do I got to say? I'm just sharing my experiences. And I recently, thank you very much, everybody. And I know it's stupidly insignificant in the grand scheme of social media where people have hundreds of millions, if not billions of views, but I just recently surpassed 1 million views. And again, I'm astonished, blown away, very grateful everybody who clicked on one of my videos. And even if you didn't watch it and just clicked on it, thank you. I never in my wildest imagination thought that I would ever get 1 million anything. And here I am. So thank you for that. Almost 6 hours. We're 11 minutes away. Again, I'm extremely grateful, very humbled. I'm not here for the money, obviously. I'm not here for ego because I've already been the guy. Okay. Just ask anybody that I go out with now how docile, how much of a wallflower I am. Don't want to be the center of attention. When I go out, I am not Fearless Floyd. I don't care who Fearless Floyd is. I'm just me. I'm just here to have a good time and enjoy the show. And I'm not putting that guy out there. Now, when I do work as a stagehand, I do wear my T-shirts that say "Be Fearless" and "Fearless Floyd Show," because they're all wearing, union shit for the IA, and I'm not a member of the IA. Why am I going to promote them? I'm going to promote me. I'm around my peers. I'm going to promote me. So I do there. But just going out, going to a restaurant, going to a concert, going to an event, no. I'm just another guy. I've already had everything. I've had everything a man could ever fucking want. Everything. 100 grand cash under the mattress. 2 paid off BMWs in the driveway. paid off Mercedes convertible in the garage. One of the smokingest, hottest strippers in the city of Houston. 4-bedroom house, paid off. No debts, no responsibility, living the fucking fabulous life and lost everything. So I've been humbled. When you're walking down the street and you are so fucking poor, you don't have anything, that you see a t-shirt that's probably been run over about 60,000 times on the sidewalk, and you pick it up and you shake it out and go, all right, that's a gym shirt. Throw it over your shoulder, take it home and wash it and wear it the next day at the gym. That's how poor I was. I didn't own the clothes on my back. Walked out of prison with a bag full of legal work that I had to finish up on, hygiene in an onion sack. Didn't own the clothes I was wearing. Didn't own the shoes. I had a debit card with, I think they give you $100. I probably blew 28 of that at the gas station, convenience store, bus station in Brownwood, Texas, before I even got to Houston. And by the time I got to Houston, I was hungry. And first thing I did is, God bless me, because McDonald's is next door to the Greyhound bus station and I had a limited amount of time, I went over to McDonald's and pounded a quarter pounder. God bless me. I probably ate a human, allegedly. That was my first meal. Welcome home, Floyd. And there was nobody there to greet me going, dude, you're out. Oh my God, we've been waiting all this time. Nope. There was nobody there. I walked out to me, myself, and I, and had to make a decision of how I was going to live the rest of my life. I hope I've done a stellar job of bringing that stellar, sterling reputation that I earned in prison out here in the world and incorporated it into my social media platform. Because I was put in the position to hold information that, had I said something, people would have been executed, terminated for their offenses because they were gang members. And their offenses were offensive to the gangs, like they were fucking pedophiles. Repeat pedophiles, probably serial pedophiles. But I'm just reading their case and they only got caught twice. That's the kind of integrity I bring to the table. You don't have to follow me. You don't have to listen. You don't have to share. You don't have to like. You don't have to subscribe. You don't have to hit that notification bell. You don't have to leave a comment. You don't even have to like me. But you should listen. Because I only want to bring you facts, the truth. And that's it. Under oath. Thank you, everybody, for my 2025 year in review. I appreciate you being here again. God bless you all. If you're still traveling, safe travels. Come home in one piece. If I don't see you before New Year's, everybody have a very happy New Year. Enjoy yourself. Don't blow your appendages off. If you're in the Houston area and one of my viewers has reached out to me, I have a badass fucking party for New Year's Eve. It goes until 2 a.m. at my buddy's fucking McMansion, who lives life like a goddamn rock star. His house is so big, folks, that he has 2 grand pianos in his house and a hyperbaric chamber. Do you know anybody has 2 grand pianos in their house? Well, I do. Fully catered, probably 20, 30 minutes worth of fireworks at midnight, pool table, 3 live bands, all national recording artists. Fleetwood Mac tribute band Nightbird will be the co-headliner. If you want directions, you want everything on that, hit me up, text me, call me, email me, telegram me, and I will send you the information. So I will see you there on New Year's Eve. God bless everybody. Thank you for being here. Good night.